God, let him go. Let him go.
warned about a person who was in there spiking people, so I left. I just went, if someone's already warning me about being spiked and I've only been here under 5 minutes, maybe I shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
So we left and came back here, and I met someone in the pub. They were very nice.
Good girl. Right. But no, like, no, other than that, because the beginning of the night was so dead, that's just like the one part where it was like,
period, let's say back to the Exodus, you have the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge that, witnessed the great miracles of the Exodus, the receiving of the Ten Commandments, and amazing things like that. But then they right away slip, and so okay, fine, you get to the period of the prophets. Then you've got kind of a plateau, and then they slip again, and then okay, but we're all right. We have a plateau. You get to the period of the Tanaim and then the Amorai and so on. And then there's a slip again, and this can go on and on until we get to where we are, which in terms of our theological closeness to God, it is definitely not a case of happy yes. We are further and further away from that chronological moment of the Exodus and the giving of the Torah. So you can't use the same Western model to understand Jewish history, at least from a theological standpoint. One of the things that we will be exploring over the next few weeks, however, is that theological standpoints become less and less important for most Jews as the world becomes much more secular. And we look at a lot of other ways of periodization for Jewish history, which are, again, not at all like the ancient medieval model. Nevertheless, we are going to stick with the modern designation of a big chunk of time for reasons that I'd like to show you right now. Let us first ask, okay, so we sort of get the idea of ancient, medieval, and modern, like the modern being a vision of a kind of return to that great, peak in human civilization under Greece and Rome. But what are the criteria of modernity? What are the things that are happening in the modern world that are distinct from what happened in medieval and the ancient world? So here we go. Here's a Portuguese map, which is actually very significant for reasons that will become clear shortly. When you look at the modern period, we're talking about the years from 1500 onward. It is also very useful to get a little more specific and talk about the early modern period, which is like, let's say, 1500 approaching 1800, and then the late modern period, which would be from 1800 and on. That's especially characterized by the growth of industrialization, very important factor, because the idea of technology being connected to machines and artificial sources of power, moving from things like beasts of burden and water to steam and coal, things like that. These are things that happen in the late modern period. Also political change, huge political change, the era of revolutions, starting with, let's say, the French Revolution of 1789, and then, progressing throughout Europe. It's useful to think about early modern and late modern. But let me try and outline the major kind of things that are happening in the modern period writ large that will have a lot of impact on Jews. First of all, the modern period is characterized by a growth in the development of and widespread belief in the power of science, right? The scientific revolution, which really begins to gain speed after 1500, is extremely significant because science really demonstrates a lot of wins, right? Hey, here's something amazing. I wonder if we could do it. Can we build this bridge? Can we invent this vaccine? Can we do these things? And you know what? It works. So people say, wow. So there's a lot more credibility associated with science after 1500. As that connects to technology, that's like, for example, the Industrial Revolution that I mentioned, like things like, hey, if we use a steam engine and we put it on a big iron cart and we attach those cart to rails, we can suddenly increase the speed of communication. And, it works again, more and more victories, and they all build upon each other in order to create a much more industrial and deeply interconnected world, as we shall see shortly. We are living, just to jump ahead for a second, in a very different age, an information age, where we've kind of gone post-industrial, and now we're connecting with each other and building our economies around the internet and digital communication. But that's too much for now. The age of discovery. Of course, we have the discovery of the Americas by the Europeans. It had already been discovered by the Americans who were living there, right? The First Nations, the indigenous peoples of North and South America, and so on. But discovery by Europeans meant that suddenly the so-called old world is now connected with the new world in a very powerful and important way that would expand dramatically. This is the first step in a rapid expansion of globalism, where more and more people understand and act on the fact that they are not just citizens of their little neighborhood in their little region, but they are actually interconnected economically, intellectually, spiritually, with people all around the world. This, of course, explodes in the second half of the 20th century in our own lifetimes in the last 20 years or so, when the internet has made globalism ubiquitous. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when, if you wanted to translate something, you had to actually learn that language. Now you just go to Google Translate, and it's not perfect. It's actually kind of funny when it makes mistakes, but it's like a sudden leap forward in globalism because of the information age. You also have happening at the same time, first, an emphasis on humanism, which is this kind of a large body of ideas that says man is the measure of all things. So use the gendered man because that was feminism and egalitarianism would take a long time to catch up to this. But the idea that human beings are capable of determining truth and value, and since human beings become the arbiters of truth, it's not a big step to say we will create what is true. That there's a lot more movement from the idea of a single God with a revealed text, like the Bible, that directs what is true, and more of a movement towards secularism, saying, hey, you know what? Let's all agree on much more basic, objectively definable aspects of truth, rather than rely on something that you have to take on faith, which was considered a less reliable form of truth than science. And this, of course, leads to atheism, which becomes much more prominent on the 19th century onward, one might say ubiquitous in the 20th century. These are major changes that are characterized in the modern period. And on a political sense, you have this increasing belief in popular sovereignty, meaning rather than rely on an absolute king as being the appropriate ruler for a particular region or a group of people, but rather the people themselves should exercise sovereignty over themselves. They should organize, and whenever they have a defining group that they feel is cogent and coherent, and that's where nationalism comes in, because people say, hey, those people on the other side of the river, they're not like us. They have the same religion, the same language, but we don't regard them as us. And so therefore the creation of nations, this so-called imagined community, which drew sometimes quite artificial lines around groups of people, said, we are one nation, we should therefore have our own country. That leads, of course, to revolutions. You have that as well happening, especially from 1800 onward. All of these things affected Jews just as much as they affected Christians. These are things that, and by the way, these are things that happened first in Christian Europe and then spread throughout the world to the Americas, to North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and so on. But Jews are affected by them largely to the degree that their own communities are insulated from the surrounding community, and their surrounding community is insulated from the greater trends happening in Europe. But this big change sort of reverberates throughout the world, beginning around 1500. That's why we have this big chunk of time called modernity. The last topic, however, which I would like to spend a lot more time on, not so much in this video, just a little bit of a taste, but we will explore it many times over the next videos in the series, is that modernity implies a questioning of identity. Meaning, in the modern world, most people are waking up to the question of, what does it mean to be human on a very, very basic level? I mean, we have had, before that, lots of clear directions, especially from religious leaders. This is what it means to be a human, and the very closely related question to that, this is what it means to be Christian, this is what it means to be a Jew, this is what it means to be a Muslim. And typically, for much of the ancient medieval period, they were kind of like basically the same answer. They're almost identical. But moving into the modern world, you suddenly have the possibility where one's identity as a human being, as a citizen of the globe, may not be identical to one's identity as a member of a religious or ethnic or national group. And that's where modernity becomes absolutely fascinating when we get to the Jews. So in terms of the development of a distinct modern Jewish identity, or more precisely said, a range, a spectrum of modern Jewish identities, we have to definitely look at the Portuguese Jews in particular, because the Portuguese occupy a very, very unusual spot in Jewish history in the modern period, because as you will recall from our earlier discussions, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted to Christianity in 1497. And so you have a significant number of Jews, many of them already refugees from the Spanish Inquisition, who have made their way to Portugal, thinking that hopefully they will be safe there on the edge of Europe. And then it turns out that it's ruined. They are forcibly converted, forcibly baptized as Christians, and then they have to deal with it. It's not so bad for the first couple of decades because they are more or less left alone to their own devices. So they are effectively still living as Jews, while nevertheless having Christian status. But when the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, it hits a crisis point where, these so-called new Christians who are previously Jewish, forcibly converted to Christianity, now have to, at the risk to their own lives, figure out how will they articulate their Jewish identity in the face of the literally mortal threat of the Portuguese Inquisition. Will they simply abandon all Jewish identity and submerge themselves in Christian culture, and within a few generations hopefully forget it? And the Inquisition would pursue their descendants for multiple generations. So this was not something that was like done at one generation and over. It was not, as they say, done and dusted. This is something that lasted for a long time, and it really affected how Portuguese Jews oriented themselves to the outside world. Would they abandon their Christian identity and, no, I shouldn't say that. Should they somehow create a hybrid identity where they are like Christians on the outside, but Jews secretly inside? Should they, find something totally different? So, this is really the question that Portuguese Jews had to deal with, not only in Portugal, but in their far-flung diaspora, because they tended to look to escape Portugal to try and find ways in which they could express their strange Jewish identity with freedom. Let us recall that since they were technically Christians, they were not subject to any of the restrictions that were imposed on them by the church as Jews. Now they could technically travel where they wanted, enter higher education, enter all the occupations open to Christians, even enter the church and rise in its hierarchy, which was not an uncommon thing for many of these Portuguese Jews. So just looking at three examples, you have people like Amantas Lusitanos, who was a converso. His family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Salamanca in Spain and became actually a very expert and well-regarded, world-famous doctor. He ended up moving to Italy and a few other places where he readopted his Jewish identity. He nevertheless retained pride in his Portuguese origins. The term Amatus, which he chose as his given name, is probably a relationship to his Jewish family name of Chaviv, which means beloved. And Lusitanos, of course, is a reference to Portugal. That's a Latin term for Portugal, Lusitania. So he was like creating a hybrid identity where he says, I don't care if you know that I'm actually Jewish, and the whole Christian thing was a facade that was laid onto my identity, but I'm also a proud son of Portugal. Fascinating. And then you have people who could not find a place in a new identity, like, as we discussed, the tragic story of Uriel da Costa, who tried to re-engage his Jewish identity, which he had no training in or no background in other than what he read in the Christian versions of the Bible that he could access in Portugal. And in Amsterdam, he was shocked because the Judaism that he adopted did not conform to his image of what it should be when he looked at regular Jews in Amsterdam. Very tragic story. He ended up taking his life. It was an unsuccessful attempt to create an identity. And then you have people like Benedict Spinoza, who are very famous and highly influential philosopher, also of Portuguese extraction living in Amsterdam, who created something totally new. As you can see from this particular print, which comes from the New York Public Library, it says underneath, Judeus et atheista, Jew and atheist, right? Like that would be almost a contradiction in terms. How could you have someone who is a Jew understood as a member of a faith community and an atheist? I'm going to set aside the question of can we really call Spinoza an atheist? Some have called him God intoxicated. In fact, the sense of God was much larger, but it was not the sense of God that most rabbis would approve as being Jewish. So these are just a few examples of modern Jewish identities that were made possible by these Jews who were allowed, ironically, by the Spanish and Portuguese experience to exist if they wanted to in a Christian world and also have some Jewish identity despite their technical designation as Christians. This is a trend that will continue in fascinating in multiple ways as we move through the next few hundred years, and I look forward to exploring those with you in following lectures. Thank you very much for watching. In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. And of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they lived. So if we start from the very beginning, let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does report a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in what would be today Babylon, what would be today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel. And then, of course, there's the biblical description of the Jews, a tiny population of some 70 individuals moving into Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, when we get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well, you see that there's an 8th century displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what would be today primarily northern Iraq. And then in the 6th century, there is another major displacement with the destruction of the first temple to a little bit further south within the Mesopotamia region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some evidence of it. If we move to late antiquity, let's start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. Before the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And then after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there's a pretty massive devastation of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north, to the region of the Galilee, or the Galil in Hebrew. And that's why I put 2 circles there on this map in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq. I should say emigrated. They were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population that actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there circled on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would guess that the Alexandrian population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in modern-day Iraq. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. There was a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple really into the 1st century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek peninsula, the Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out, the Black Sea littoral even at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what would become very important historically. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews moved in antiquity. If we go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. So you have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century and onwards. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River, cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically cross the Channel going into France and into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and a very significant, not huge, but important movement to Tzfat in northern Israel as well. And then I've made a distinction with the green arrows, and that's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to the east. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce, as leaseholders, as arrendators, as minters, in the Eastern European part of Europe.
I would just be like,
So
"Dog,
the
please go
green
back to
arrows
your
indicate
fucking
not
head.
only the
You are like-
anti-Semitic persecution from the
like,
West driving them towards these, but also the economic draw bringing them into Eastern regions. And if we switch back again to the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of the expulsions. And they're leaving not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497. And then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There also is a significant amount of migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail on this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, the early modern period, we get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. And most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe. And as you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe, in cities in particular. A very small number of Jews, about 17%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia, that was once, such a major population center. But clearly, by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to Europe proper. Europe empties out quite significantly when we get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again, westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, a massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlapped much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to simply leave. And so this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. A massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, meaning the United States of America, and then to the north, 70,000 Jews moving to my homeland, my birthplace, because they heard that they have universal health care there. And of course, a significant number as well to South America, and roughly equal amounts. This map demonstrates the period from 1882 to, I believe, 1924 and 1928. About 45,000 to both the developing community in what would become Israel after You have to keep bouncing it.
This shit sucks. XUCK. Just the worst. Still the worst. It's just the absolute fucking no way. The worst. I don't know. You I'm a little bitch. Just the worst. This is just the word. Scale 1 to 10. 100. Which is really, really good. It's scale 1 to 10. Which this girl. It's like this. Let's see what Rabbi, I'm that is untapped. 0. Right? Well, what if you do is fail? Fuck you. What's good quality content and allow it? This is the best. Like, what? Like this one. Oh, yes, that works. That works. It's like can't reach. Like, what did you What's up, son? Bitches.
In 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going out to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get a sense of the relative size of the populations. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews out of 16 million overall, but the US and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well, and significant populations in other parts of the globe as well. Now, I haven't in this brief video looked at some of the fascinating smaller migrations like to India and to China, but I hope to address those in future videos. And that's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and look forward to speaking through it further. Thanks for
Yeah, motherfucker wearing a diaper.
I have to tell you,
Not
I am
shifted.
really excited about this particular
worries.
video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of the unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when did we first hear about the Jews of China? So, the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. It was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, with a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Ai Tian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away and knew a lot about this particular religion, and said, okay, he must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Ai Tian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Ai Tian, and Ai Tian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist. It happened to be Saint John Baptiste Day for his anniversary or something like that. And so Ai Tian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity. He assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. He says, what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, wrote the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Ai Tian thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Ai Tian was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this was fascinating unto its own right. Now, from Ai Tian's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian, and in fact, the communications with Ricci and later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion perhaps someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. That apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's just it's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as is known in the tradition, or the Sefer ben Sira, the Wisdom of Ben Sira in English, which was a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many, many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which, anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think, but historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, even more than Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe, because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if he could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century, the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things. And when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domingue, who visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many, many times, that it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box and read the text from the inside in that. And it's quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many, many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand, where did these Jews of China come from? So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and the most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities, such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a Sefer Torah. As you can see, that quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are or how active they were or what they were like, but there is clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, the most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the spice road because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are, many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Route is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, and presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. At any rate, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China, was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating to themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and then a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, and these are the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called a memorial book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. This memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives us some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look at the fourth list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center of the document, it has an interesting kind of phrase. It says he's called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. A lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education. A lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all of this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other things, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Tiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sinew, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, I think, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing for, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, a Yiddish cup, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, on the top of this particular brick, underneath, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors. Whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem because, of course, this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. In Hebrew, is zchut avot. That's a very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how, Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they are having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic, worship the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there, that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish. They were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel. And those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that, it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th centuries. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kaifeng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls and the scroll of Esther that comes in this region indicate that they losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused, that's the word and or but, and these confusions of Aleph and Ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kaifeng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another. Even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kaifeng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. Just want you to know I really restrained myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have four different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have Cochin Jews who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers of Minoti. Let's have a look at these four distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Supara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time you get to the medieval period, the Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents. And they're described primarily in Arab historians. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are in possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seems to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that, pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, like, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabbi, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language in the Vatalutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So, yeah, although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a paroches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating. But anyway, they incorporate that right into the paroches. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar da Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were. And then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements. But we'll talk more about the intellect of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with the clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were printed in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called Bnei Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of Bnei Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It is important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were more better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime, possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called Bnei Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the Bnei Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the Bnei Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry, in the 20th century was a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it that from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I know I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, also have tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important elder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Kochim and the Bnei Israel populations, who were heavily influenced by Varna, that is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as a terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
Dude, this is some horse shit. Of all the worst, dumbest fucking shit I've ever seen.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why is 1492 often taken as kind of like the turning point from the medieval period to the modern period, obviously connected to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and subsequently their departure from Portugal as well, the more complicated departure. What I really would like to emphasize today is not so much the elements of modernity that advanced with the Sephardic diaspora, but just to get a little bit of a better sense of where did the Sephardim go, and just a hint of how they were such a disruptive element and pushed Jewish history into an entirely new direction of the modern period, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago. So first of all, let's start with who exactly are we talking about? Who are the Sephardim? The term Sephardi is an adjective. Sephardim is the plural, which means basically people from Sepharad. This is generally understood to mean Spain. It really includes Portugal as well. It's really the entire Iberian Peninsula, although there is often a distinction made between Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, and so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who considered themselves to be, at heart and in their core identities, clearly Jewish. Obviously, there was a spectrum. There were some who embraced Christianity, but they really drop out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. It's a fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Sephardi or Sephardi. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Yosef, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel, and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification, religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who was perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus Sephardim. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jewry, or Edut HaMizrach, the Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardim, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very kind of Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazim. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basis of nomenclature. At any rate, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on the indigenous populations that they encountered, as, for example, in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. And it's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion in 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century from Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa, or Portugal itself, or across the Pyrenees into southern France. But the really wide diaspora takes us into several areas that we're going to look at in this video. Three in particular, again, very briefly, but just to get a sense of how diverse the impact is. We'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean. Specifically, we'll look at their impact on the land of Israel. And in Constantinople, also known as Istanbul, in fact, that's what it would be called at this point, although the name Constantinople does persist in many contexts up until the 20th century. And this is a very important Jewish center. It goes back all the way to the ancient period, but it becomes especially important because it was one of the major destinations of Jews at this time. Also, Greece was within this kind of cultural orbit because all of them fall within the larger Ottoman Empire. Then we're going to look briefly at Europe, and I'll focus on Italy in particular, because that was one of the major destinations of Jews. Although we certainly have a lot more to say about Amsterdam, we won't talk about it today because I saved that for a couple other lectures. And then finally, just a very quick look at the Americas. What happened when Jews crossed the Atlantic Sea, either as Jews per se or more frequently as conversos, those Portuguese Jews who hoped to reestablish some kind of Jewish presence in the New World, free from the Inquisition. Okay, those are the three areas we're going to look at very quickly. Let us begin with Israel, which is the site of an absolutely fantastic and amazing spiritual renaissance that occurs in particular in the northern town of Tzfat. Now, I plan to devote a video specifically to Tzfat because it is so amazing. And I myself have spent a lot of time studying it. I actually wrote a book on one of the thinkers who lived in Tzfat at this time, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Here you see one view of the famous graveyard of the great Kabbalists who found themselves in Tzfat in the decades after the Spanish expulsion, and they have this custom of painting their graves blue, which is understood to be a color that wards off the evil eye. You can also see in the background there the beautiful vistas of Tzfat. It is located at a very high elevation. You get this commanding view all over the Galileo. Now, what happened in Tzfat was rather unusual. It was really something of a nothing town in northern Israel. Jerusalem was clearly the major center of Jewish activity, but for primarily tax purposes, the Ottoman Empire released some tax disabilities on new settlement in the northern part of the Galilee, and Jews who were very active in the textile trade in particular began to settle this region quite rapidly. Early on, many of those settlers were exilees from Spain and later Portugal. And over the course of the 16th century, really not even the entire century, really about 70 years, this one town attracted a brilliant number of really important mystical thinkers, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we mentioned earlier. He is the author of the Code of Jewish Law, and much of what he wrote was actually written with the Spanish exiles in Greece and in Constantinople, but he ended his career in Tzfat. The great Moshe Alshich, fantastic commentator, very Kabbalistic kind of inclinations. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the figure who occupied so much of my own energies, the author of Pardes Ramonim, Talmud Devorah, other great classics, and his very brief student, because they only spent less than a year together, the great Arizal, who is not Sephardic in origin, he actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Tzfat in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity in a literary realm that also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing with the invention of the printing press that suddenly made Tzfat just kind of like this, flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that affected the region. There was earthquakes that affected Tzfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1500s, but nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of these Spanish exiles coming here. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful moment is that they really had this tremendously apocalyptic vision of what the exile from Spain meant. That it was, nigh on the Messianic era, and how Jews reacted to it would be crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier. Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, which also has this very strong, inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that huge burst of energy that comes out of Tzfat. We also see in Constantinople, here's a postcard that depicts the glorious interior of the Hagia Sophia, first built as a church, then later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders. This is a postcard from the 19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews settling there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They're incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Tzfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there is a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece. And it represents three women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman; in the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing shaitel, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although it's unusual to see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough about the history of costumes, but I thought it was a really fascinating photograph. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where they brought a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time, a deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy was one of the most important destinations of the Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. On the right here, you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy, where there were significant settlements of these exiles, many of them who brought significant wealth with them. And they supported scholarship, in particular, two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Fascinating work by one Samuel Usque, a refugee from Portugal, who wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme. And it takes us all the way up to the 16th century and folds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A fascinating work of Jewish thought and scholarship and also history, although presented in a rather unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona affair. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian boot, and I pronounce that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the calf, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Pesaro. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III. And these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been forcibly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, conversos, forcibly converted to Christianity, return to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism, and ultimately he burned 25 Jews at the stake in the 1500s. Now, this was such a reactionary kind of dramatic and draconian imposition of Catholic doctrine, but it was, not so surprising with Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called Nimis Absurdum, which was a papal bull that essentially said, it is so absurd, that's what the title really means, the beginning of this bull, this document that was an encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially apply their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He imposed the ghetto in Rome. He attacked the Talmud and so on. And of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to their ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Sephardic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone. All of the traditional authority figures were scattered. And it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Méndez Nasi. The term Nasi means literally the prince, the leader. And it was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, meaning she did come from a forcibly converted background. And she, of course, was incensed that the Pope would impose this on the Jews of Ancona and actually killed 25 Jews in this matter. And so she, in a rather unusual move for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the Consolations by Usque. She called for an international Jewish boycott of the port of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering, that Jews should, for the very first time, since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. Amazing, audacious, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that we don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like to think she does look something like this. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece, who had the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like her. Unfortunately for this movement, which did gather significant steam within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by another very powerful woman named Benvenida Abravana, from the famous Abravano family that fled Spain. And the fact that Doña Gracia was from the Portuguese extraction and Benvenida Abravana was from the Sephardic or Spanish extraction is not inconsequential. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benvenida Abravana. It is a portrait, a very brilliant, glowing portrait, I think, of her student, Eleonora of Toledo, a non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including it here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to the young Eleonora of Toledo. It was believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than any Christian tutor, so she was so chosen. At any rate,
The worst-
Benvenida, also a
worst
very
shit in the
wealthy woman,
whole
also
world.
very well
I've never seen
connected
anything
and
so
very much
bad.
supportive of Jewish scholarship and so on.
Ever.
She
Zero
disagreed
to 10.
with Doña Gracia.
Worst.
Two female titans disagreeing on a moment of great
Dog.
consequence for
This is
Jewish
the worst
European
shit
history.
I
She said that if the
ever
Jews were
seen.
to boycott Ancona, then all the Jews
The
living
worst
in
shit
Catholic countries, in
I've
particular
ever
in the
seen.
papal states where she was
The
at the time,
worst shit
they would suffer an
ever.
anti-Semitic
The
backlash.
worst shit
And furthermore, the port
that
that
I've
would
ever
have been
seen.
possibly an alternative to Ancona in northern Italy and Pesaro was not nearly as good a port as Ancona. And the Duke in charge of the region, the Duke of Urbino, also had a pretty nasty anti-Semitic history himself. So Benvenida respectfully but forcefully disagreed with Doña Gracia on her idea of a boycott,
Yo,
and unfortunately it
worst
just ran out of steam as a result of this conflict. So we see that even though it didn't succeed, nevertheless, all of a sudden, Jewish women are able to exert power on an international level, totally unprecedented and completely related to the disruptive nature of the Sephardic diaspora. Again, there's a lot more to say about Europe. I'd love to talk more about Holland and Amsterdam in particular, but I'm going to save that for a little later. Let us just conclude this lecture with a very brief look at the Americas. Some Jews felt that the best way to escape the clutches of the Inquisition was to adopt a very traditionalist approach and run very, very far away. The furthest away they could run was the newly discovered territories in the Americas. And although ultimately many of these Jews would settle in America itself, or the United States of America itself, you can see here this beautiful piece of sheet music that captures a little bit of the way in which Jews regarded the United States. It was literally called in Yiddish the Golden Medina, the Golden Land, because of its welcoming nature. The famous poem, the New Colossus, that graces the Statue of Liberty, was of course written by a Sephardic Jew, Emma Lazarus. But much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by Portuguese Jews who were technically Christians and were allowed to make these kinds of journeys without as much difficulty, was settled primarily in the Caribbean and in South America initially, especially because the Portuguese had significant holdings in Brazil, for example. Jews were very active in many of the new industries that were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugar cane industry and the processing industry and bringing it back to Europe. There's also some involvement, unfortunately, of Jews with the slave trade. Not in any way disproportionate to their numbers in terms of their small trickle of immigration to the New World, but nevertheless, it is part of the overall trade, and Jews were involved in it just as much as Christians were. So these communities would grow significantly, particularly when we get to the end of the 19th century in the United States of America, but that's going to have to wait for later videos. For now, we've got a little bit of a sense of the scope of the Sephardic diaspora. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you will continue with us as we go on to discuss in greater detail. Thank you for watching.
Fernando Valenzuela is part of the cause. This is the worst streamer ever in the history of stream. There has never been one this bad. It's the worst.
The origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern
This is by
European
far the
Jewish
worst
population.
you've ever seen.
One
time somebody thought that they had a stream.
And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you will come to
This
us
is the worst
relaxed.
stream
And for
ever.
all of us, I wish you
Internet.
all a wonderful new year.
You suck with dick.
By the way,
You're the
if you
worst.
don't know, this is the year 5007.
Bezos, your browser is the worst web browser in the history of mankind. Spiders spin silk. They are better than your browser at Googling shit. This is the worst shit. The worst shit of all time.
Sorry, dude.
Did you know we're getting into the spirit of this fucking holiday? Well, guess what? Rabbi doesn't care. Rabbi just wants this shit to work. So hurry the fuck up and work, B. Worst shit ever in the history of mankind.
Which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, superimposed on temporary political boundaries, I guess that's what it was. It was this massive territory, pulling those acts from the
This is fucking shit.
the western core of it, but after this dynastic movement through Lithuania, it spread really
This shit is fucking
massive,
wild. This shit is balls to the wall. Dog. Remember that time I was scrolling and it was like, right, and then it was like, oh, fuck you. Dude, here we go.
And
Public?
so the
Just pressing the public
material
button.
that I'm discussing
Hey,
today
Bezos, this is your
not
technology.
really applies strictly speaking to Poland
And it
as we
sucks.
understand it by 21st century
Interaction
boundaries,
required.
but to this larger entity, which includes the
Browsers require interaction. Looks like you're in a voice channel. Switch to
The
public.
southern part of Latvia is also part because it's part of the Russian Pale of settlement, which we'll get to in the lectures. At any rate, where did the Jews come from this region, which became the dominant center
What guys did
world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the
I did they
perhaps
agree
even
with
before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ramin, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and some we don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations that come in the 12th and especially up until the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European influence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming language of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect with the letters, but not with them too much. The languages of Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in the very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters. And they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few stencils of several of them. Here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karo, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase from King Neshko, a 12th century Polish hero. Here, of course, this is highlighted to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating. Why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because ones who were working with the money primarily in small commerce that became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in future lecture. We'll talk about these cases.
Oh my
Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of the early settlement from about the 10th century onwards. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, there are both push and pull factors. There are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You see here a beautiful representation by Gerson, representing King Casimir, who has accepted the Jews and given them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Bishop Israelis from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology of Hebrew, "Pol within," meaning here, "Pol within," you will rest, or here you will find refuge. So, in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain Rechtsstaat as in a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be numerous clauses that Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks that they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to police. Police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they'll have a proper criminal trial and so on. So Jews fear violence like any minority. You had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or as we discussed in the lecture on crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. So that's when there was an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class resulted in a series of expulsions. In France, in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. So there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever have before. Now, there's also pull factors again. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce things like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas and take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And it's basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges Although some of these charters were actually written much later, designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their guilds, the right to indicate when foreign Jews can move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We're going to speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, provenantia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why there are so many Jewish folk tales, so you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to put themselves into the secular environment. People lived within communities. You're part of a Jewish community. An individual who chose to affiliate, you were legally bound to that community. You were culpable along with the community for communal taxes and punishments sometimes, things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to apply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course, it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kilish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to this community. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the area. Just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews. The deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border of Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in this region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehillah, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, particularly in the beginning, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves in the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Communist Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel. That would be the topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonim. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities. And it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, who we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then. Right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations that are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I, here living in the 21st century, have at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies would count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the temple era, second temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah. This goes right up into the 3rd century, the early 3rd century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim. But that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim? What exactly did they do that's different from the Rishonim? So the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say 3 things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries. Meaning, rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. That's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what did they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do, much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. It's interesting, non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. Like when I went to yeshiva, I went to Bar Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim, the Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast. Even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage, the language was just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities. Whereas in the writings of the Acharonim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more, longer. They take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. Acharonim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation, They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Achronim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of Achronim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He was a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we should see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Beit Yosef? Also, by the way, he's known as HaMechaber, the author. As if to say, this is really the model of all authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Torah. And what he does with the Torah is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Torah. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and if all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch, by the same authors, considered the initial book of the period of the Achronim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled, the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe, and he was in Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like what the Achronim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries, that we have been thinking about Achronim and writing Achronim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Achronim who are still alive and well and working with us. Rabbi Chaim Kamenetsky is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected, currently living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Achronim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in Halacha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Achronim tend to be concentrated most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper-specialization, partially assisted by technology, because now if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Hanukkah, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Acharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganim, the Book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Acharonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. I mean, what are the post-Acharonic like? I don't know how long this can last, but I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on our discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual, literary, religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfas. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion, and in fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that upheaval reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point, Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic into the Americas. One particular group of refugees from Spain and Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is, a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ramban, Maimonides, had arrived in the late 13th century and had begun to revive the very, very tiny community that was there. And so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in a big city like Jerusalem. That was one of the major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population. Much less well known was this tiny town in Tzfat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire activity. Here you can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire at its height. And the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to developing the economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact, even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, and in particular in Tzfat, connected with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Tzfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Tzfat because of the large number of graves from the Mishnaic and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit the graves of these holy sites. So this is in the 1500s. There is more and more Jews who are coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they've been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Tzfat. And it is in this region where you have this explosion of interest in Kabbalah. And we should just take just a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means, can be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the verb lekabel, to receive, meaning in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logical. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period. We find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to public view. That is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe Delimo. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical appreciation of God and the universe. And one of the sort of elements that derives from it perhaps most systematically is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. There is the diagram shown here in inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The term sephirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word sapphire, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere, like we have in English, something which is round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the infinite, meaning God, into the finite world in which we live. We'll discuss in a minute. different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have various characteristics that are assigned here. Keter means the crown, Chokhmah Bina means wisdom and understanding, and we can translate these into English in different ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating kind of popular magic associations with Kabbalah as well, spells, amulets, and so on that go back well into the ancient period. Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cordoveran description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you'll see that each of these different colors and symbols represents a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10th spherot that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video, but just give you a sense of what it is that they talked about when they talked about Kabbalah. So in Tzfat, you had a remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply, deeply involved in Kabbalah. Here, for example, is the famous grave of several of them located in Tzfat. You can see at the top here, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author, among other things, of Lecha Dodi, the famous hymn that's sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Ariza, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Lurie, who came from Egypt in order to study under Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ari would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tended to die very.
Excellent to meet you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war in my life. I've been streaming live now, 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. I have more data than any person on the internet. This content goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like cryptocurrency, things like life extension, things like perhaps anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about dark energy, dark matter. We talk about life extension technology, types of technology like growth therapy and stem cells and human growth hormone. And we talk about things like cryogenics, and we talk about things like mind uploading. Noah or Z, has anyone ever told you that they don't think that you're going to die? Okay, well, okay, who told you they don't think you're going to die? Oh, shout out to your mother. How did your mother say that to you? Well, your mother is a very, perhaps, brilliant individual. I don't think you're going to die either, Noah, so that's two people. Z, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Okay, well, there's a first for that. Let me explain how. When you guys were born the average life expectancy, probably wherever we were, was probably around 80 to 100. I'm sorry, it was probably about 80 years old. And we might be able to extend your life using the life extension technology that I stated to increase it maybe age 100, maybe age 120. But at that point, your body's going to eventually break down. And that's where we move into a new type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain and your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system into a computer for later download, like a save point in a video game. And that later download could be as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a clone of yourself. It could be a robot. It could be an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, whatever the opportunity to if you don't want that kind of future, you don't have to have it. You can just live a normal life and die at age 80 or whenever you're comfortable. But if you want to extend your life even further, beyond perhaps what you may have thought it you were first born, I want you to know that the opportunity make it possible. And you're like, Rabbi, I don't have a lot of money. That takes a lot of money. I'm just a regular person. I understand that too. I have more data on the internet than any person over history. Okay? What does that mean? Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making the truth today. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was their number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, petroleum, diamonds, anything. And what does that mean for me? I'm going to be able to potentially monetize this, and I'm going to be able to help everyone who was along for the ride. And Noah, Z, you guys are certainly in this on live streaming, live on 8 different YouTube. I'm live on TikTok, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on Instagram, I'm live on Twitter, I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on you name it. And I do it for both these important. Some other things that have come about that are really exciting on the streets have been called the extinction. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the extinction, but good story. And the 2000, the late 20th century, the beginning of the 21st century, so the late 1990s and the early bodies, they essentially were a time where the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, went extinct. And scientists were able to bring back that goat using its DNA and were able to continue it for essentially at least 7 years, which was a great stride in human scientific advancement. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded called Colossal Bioscientific. Their goal is within the next 3.5 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce into the Arctic Circle using African elephants. They want to introduce the woolly mammoth. You guys know what the woolly mammoth is? Excellent. You may be able to see them for real in the future, which is a really exciting opportunity. And then following the woolly mammoth, the goal is to then bring back the Tasmanian tiger, found by the dodo bird, which is really exciting too. So we might be able to start seeing some of these old creatures coming back to life, which is really exciting. So if you wonder what I do, I give people a portal into my life. And really, I'm just in the motor world reset. I want to end world hunger through the use of different technology that you may not know, like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming. I want to help with perhaps hydroponics and cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst through life straws and through the giving of wells in Africa, specifically the developing world. Which, go ahead. Perfect question. Finally, somebody asked me. I did this as just an experiment starting yesterday. So I've been live in these Discords a lot, but I don't always get people's attention. So I wondered, what if I put on a diaper? If people would be like, why is that grown man wearing a diaper? I'm also wearing one on my head as well. And then they come into my Discord and ask me, why am I wearing a diaper? exactly what I wanted somebody to ask me. But do I have incontinence or urinary problems? No, it comes off just very easily. But I wanted people to ask me about it. So you did exactly what I wanted you to do. Well, it's one of those things that I've been live streaming for more than 3 years, and you try different things and see if they work. Some things work, some things don't. But I don't want to. I can't like. I don't want to. I don't want to disrupt calls or anything. People who don't have the ability to speak in their pieces. It is possible, but I do want to serve a little bit of interest. Why is that person doing that? It would cause me to be like, why is that person doing that? And I become very, very interested in that. Just how I am. I'm a curious individual. And yeah, so it had worked exactly right. My friend, I tried it last night. My friend did the same thing. My friend was like, why are you wearing a diaper? And I explained it. And they were like, you know what? Whatever, anything that you do, that could work. Because it's just such a ridiculous thing for someone to do. That it draws attention. I want people to make fun of me. I have very thick skin. I'm a very confident individual. I'm educated. I'm smart. I have high self-esteem. So if somebody wants to come in and say, hey, you have a diaper on your head, all right. And I think one of the funniest things about the idea of a diaper is it is the first thing that we know to joke about as children, basically. Like, I don't want to be a baby anymore. I'm a big boy. I'm a big girl. And people who wear diapers are babies. I don't want to be that anymore. So it really strikes upon the sociological, psychological response that we all have. It's like, oh, that's for children. You don't need that. And when you wear one on your head or you wear one, it's certainly garners a lot of interest. And especially because I'm in so many different discords. I'm in Aiden Ross's Discord, iShow Speed's Discord, Andy Discord, Mommy Discord, Chill Zone. I'm live in Socialize. I'm live in so many different ones that I'm trying to do something different. I dedicate my to what I'm charismatic, outgoing, funny individual, but I also have times where I like to be alone and just chill and do my own thing. I would tell you that I feel as if potentially I have very help because I have so much going on. I've done recent interviews, um, which I can send you in the last week on the Kick streaming platform. So you're familiar with what that is. And actually, the owner of Kick this week as well, less than a week ago, accepted my friend request on Discord. And so things are really moving forward. But yeah, his name is Eddie Craven. And the reason why he did that is because I was able to troubleshoot the sign-up process of his platform and show him that it contains an error. I'm a certified, in addition to being a rabbi, which means I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on App Store and Google Play. I've completed major six-figure contracts for Fortune 500 companies. So I'm a very serious individual, but just to give you a heads up that I can also be very valuable to a lot of these companies. And the reason why is because literally for the last 3 years, I have essentially created a time capsule for the world. And I've used 3 major platforms. I've been able to support it. And in the future, people who want to connect with me, they'll ever see that I will be seeing the Jim Carrey movie in the night of the Truman Show. That's okay. So it's a story of a man whose entire life is on camera and he doesn't know it. And excellent. So the only thing that's different about that and this is I know that the cameras are on. But I want the world to be able to learn with me and we grow up together and we have self-improvement. You don't know, you asked me a really good question. What do you want people to know about you? Really, I want people to know that everyone, everywhere, I feel special. nimbleness and their bodies and flexibility and adaptability. I want people to be essentially working on themselves internally as much as they do externally. I see a lot of people who aren't happy with their physical external structure, and you're never going to be happy with yourself externally if you're not happy with yourself internally. And I push for positive emotion, positive message. I want people to essentially know that they're special. Yeah, absolutely. Great question. Oh, it's your amazing question. She's so welcome. So I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter, Obama, Son, and Peter. What does that mean? It is a meme coin. I don't expect you to know much about this, but essentially it's worth $300 million. So this coin that sponsors me is worth a lot of money. And these cartoon characters, this here is known as an NFT. It's a non-fungible token that has been put on a pillow. And this NFT, when I started, was worth nothing. And several weeks ago, it was like worth $800 each. Now they're worth $11,000. So I can tell you that this message that I am promoting is definitely working, at least when it comes to people with which I have connections. It's more than just connections. I'm at the heart of the fantasy football team. I've been live in their Telegram for more than a year. I'm a celebrity in that community. I'm a celebrity in other places too. Kick is the big one. If you watch I don't expect you to watch them now, but the videos that I just sent you guys, they're with the interviews. They're serious interviews with influencers. And the first one was with Sam Black, and the second one was one with Gloria, and you can hear them say, everybody knows about you on Kick. You are a celebrity. And it's true. The reason why everybody knows me on Kick specifically is I've created bots for the last 6 years. But everybody knows who I am, what I do, and that's how I got people in this Discord. And it's just a matter of time. And if you ask people who before I blow up, and I'm going to be able to help everybody who has helped me along the way. Everybody's recording. Everybody has to understand that whether what you do in life is good or bad, know in the future that everything is recorded. And what do I mean? Like, even if you don't think it's recorded, for instance, the way that your Wi-Fi transmits signals, it can know what you're saying, it can know where you're located in your house, and in the future, all of that data can be collected, or perhaps is already being collected, and you just don't even know. So I knew that we were kind of being watched by other, like the corporatocracy, the technocracy, and I just embraced it. I leaned into it, and I said, you know what, I'm going to give my whole life, make my whole life available to the world. If you want to watch it, you can. If you don't have to. That's the beautiful thing about it. And Noah Z, you should go follow me. I'm always live, so you can always check in on me. Whenever you're bored, hey, wonder what Rabbi's doing. We play games every night. So we got some mini games that we play that are really easy to play with. And we'll play chess, we'll play checkers, we'll play all kinds of games. But then we'll play like Fortnite and Minecraft and that kind of stuff too. And what else? We do trivia. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Twitch accounts, over 300 Instagram accounts, 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So I have more social media than any person ever, and thus I am essentially a well-known individual on the platform. I push the content message of world peace and self-improvement. Can't get much better than that. Absolutely. Steve, Noah, you guys take care. And if you're ever bored, come on in and say hi. Take care, guys. Take care, Noah. Take care, Steve.
Very young. But at any rate, there are so many of them are concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century in the middle of the 1500s in this one region, and they are involved in tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist. For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the spherot are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the Sfirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness and its shadow. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah of the Ari. That, everything that we have, like my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who were active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, a great movie directed by Cecil B. DeMille. This is a picture of Joshua, the biblical Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. But Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. You put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them, you transfer your authority to them. So a lot of interesting discussions of this on the topic as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua to the elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time. But it was lost as a result of the depredations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jews of Tzfat. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, wait a second. We have the greatest minds of the Jewish people all concentrated here in this northern Israel town of Tzfat, including, by the way, the great elder sage Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit Yosef. He was in Tzfat as well. So Rabbi Beirav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him rabbi, like not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others smicha, including Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, including Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Beirav. By the way, it was probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half a dozen, that were to get this new smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It's a fascinating idea, and it created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world. But there are many rabbis outside of Tzfat, in Jerusalem in particular, said, wait a second. Unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat in the 1500s. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because I spent quite a bit of time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoying studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thanks for watching.
Shout out to these pimps, baby. West Side. Shout out to my Irvine pimps.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bohdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. It shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. A Cossack is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all-male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of, not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation. although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, set up their own society. It is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we've also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town, and own, the bread mill, and own the bridges, and own the orchards and the forests, and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called Rothschild at that time. Or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing the Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Pirati. The so-called krechma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the domain. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being more like considered to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. And this man shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachlitat, the Gzeras Tachlitat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachlitat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms. They're really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew Yeben Metsula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250 Jews killed per month. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stamfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. They were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Gluckel of Hammon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly bruited about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well. And one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the, one may argue, even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-minute note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezalezhnyst in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which, this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this Rabbah statue, the original draft, actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there is a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really it would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the hundreds of years of peaceful existence that Jews have had in Eastern Europe had a
Yo, No, I don't want to be the first. I want to be one of the last. I want them to work through all of the little issues with everything.
But yeah, like after the rest of
Like getting bounced and water bumps, porta bumps. Okay.
what happened to the servers? What happened to the servers?
You have servers that are movable. So basically, like a server that could orbit the sun on its own.
What happened when you turn off? Did you turn off the computer?
No. I could turn off the computer and like cause issues with you being able to get your upload, but it wouldn't kill you or anything.
Did someone happen to
Yes,
play my voice?
yes.
But
Zoot,
yes,
if you really want to know though, I personally think that your brain could already be being that if somebody knows.
yeah,
Good question. You, your body, whether you know it or not, is always emitting wavelengths, electric signals that are pulsed invisibly through the atmosphere, and thus a machine that's capable of reading those would be able to read your thoughts immediately. That should not very hard at all. It's
that example.
it's it would make exactly what you're 100%. Here's what they'd be able to do. Basically, imagine it like this: your brain is a pool, or your brain is a toddler in the middle of it, and it's splashing around, making all kinds of waves in the pool. Well, you may not be able to know exactly what your brain may look like within the pool, but we'd be able to read those waves, be able to tell you that it was a 3-year-old child that was making these waves. They had a flotation device. They were shaped like this. And every single one of those waves, we're going to be able to know exactly what would have made them and what thoughts were put into place to create.
Okay.
All right, get this game going, baby. I'll start it up in a second. Dun, dun, dun,
That
dun.
sounds like we have that. We have to make the questions. Yeah,
No,
don't understand.
no, no, you would not. You just have to watch you and watch your behavior, and then from there, it would just be able to tell what your waves were going on in your mind. So maybe you're at a point where you're thinking about walking, so it could tell that. Then you're thinking about history, then it would be able to do that. You're thinking about cryptocurrency, it would know that. It would be able to know that then you were thinking about food or sex or sleep or bathing, whatever it takes. Here we go. It's your hole. Wait, what was it?
It was a food at home where I was like, we had this, I had this money. I was like, this whole red like, like you had like, this basically like, I was going, that's how I know. I want this, all of the tools I have a control to catch up, but I fucked up the show. Even though I fucked up the show, even though I fucked up the show, I'm still fucking up the show. I ain't ready for the great fucking reason.
Yes.
No professional.
Let's see it. I can't think of a tiger. That was a good
That
tiger.
was terrible. Ready for that reason. Right, sure, I was studying history. No, I think we're trying to do this.
Yep. That was beautiful.
But exactly. I did it. I did that. I did that. I went by.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, it does.
Oh!
Wow. Finally, the worst one. Get in the water. Get in the water. This is definitely going in the water. Has water all over it. Get to the right. Nowhere near the water. This is the driest ball we've ever seen. What do you think of this shot? It's perfect. It's amazing. It's perfect. If you go in the water, you still fuck them. If you go in the water, you still fuck them. See?
What the hell was that?
You saw it?
I don't know.
You're going in the water. Like, all right, you ready for this? This is your best. No way. You just came out. You just came out winning everything. Miss. Are you serious? Are you serious? You can't lose. No, you can't. There you go, but you can't lose.
This is the hardest thing. I feel that.
That's all you do. That's all you do. Every time. Perfect. Nope, you missed it. You have to do it straight on.
Are you a child?
Yeah. Dude, that's a hard shot. Oh, what a great shot. You got fucked.
Don't seem to. Don't seem to. Bad draw.
Why is that a bad shot? Basically perfect.
Good draw.
Oh, that was good. Oh, I got fucked. That happens to you all the time.
It's structured to this one.
Oh, no.
I feel like it went. Oh, I've seen that. Get over it.
That looks good. Now I got no chance. Go. No, I couldn't.
I used to read it. Why this? Why this? Why this?
No. No.
That was the
Yes, it was.
guy.
Ah, yes. You fall on the back foot. You start the hole. Watch this right in the corner. Very good. That's higher. Oh. You had a perfect game. Thank you. It actually was. I played pretty well. I just fucked up a couple times.
That was a good shot. That was a good shot. That was a good shot.
Oh, what a miss.
really funny. What did you do that?
All I know is it's 1-0.
Go like 0.
Oh,
That was
no, it's not. Dude, this shot sucks. Worst shot I've ever seen. You're gonna get the thing. That sucks. That's a bad shot. I can tell you that that's a really bad shot. You can try to make it. There you go. No, just shoot it. No, it's not. Not like that. Not where that hole is. I think so too. Right? Yep. Too hard. That looks great. Watch this. I have to make this. My shot's right there. Oh no. Give me a portal hole. I hate this hole. This is a beautiful shot. What was that? You're gonna hit my ball. Right? Because I can put it very close to the hole like I just did. Don't fucking rush that. Thank you. 3-0. 3-0. Scoreboard. I can't lose. 3-1. That's the best start of a shot you can fucking ever have on a pussy hole. I'm gonna quit, hole. I'm distracted by your quit, bro.
I'll give it a 10. Or do you want me to do it?
It was perfect, dude. My shot's perfect. Your shot's terrible. Oh god, I almost had this hole as perfect as you could do it. The pussy hole. I'm almost distracted by my foot. I'm gonna chew it like salt and pepper. Man, I just beat the piss out of it. Alright, one more. Here we go. Remember that time you accepted my invitation, dog? This is short. Thanks for making it short, dude. Dude, you're short. Short. You made this really hard for me. Stop. Perfect. Uh-oh. Too far to the side, baby. Did you? Get there. Get there. This might be the perfect shot. Hit his ball. Oh, man. That was terrible. Hit the thing. That was absolutely shit. Oh, wow. You took it. Wow. What a great shot. Right? You can make it from here. This is an easy shot for you. Easy shot for you. What are you doing? Straight in. This would be a great comeback. What a comeback I had. What a comeback I had. God, that's an amazing shot. Yes, man. Shit. What a big miss. What a big miss. Oh, really? This is a perfect shot. Nice. Too hard. Way too hard. Look how beautiful the shot is. Hit that thing. Hit it. Hit it. Oh no. There's no way to be tight. Maybe. No way. Don't miss it. That's a good shot. That could make it. It's in the hole. Oh, you fucked yourself. If that doesn't hit that thing, you fucked yourself. Thank you. Oh, I fucked it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I fucked it. I can't lose. I can't lose.
It's done. The good news is that was no weaknesses. That was nothing said.
I'm in agreement, fellas.
The good news is nothing happened.
That's a miss. Jump over my ball.
It's a miss, but I might have better position. Now, left. Look at the clock.
Psych. You are time for shit, dog. I'm going for the win. I fucked myself in this like one ago.
Yes, yes, that's right. Something.
Bullshit. All right, let's end it on that. We both won one individually and Kyle won.
Okay.
You're getting better.
414 down. 130. Which comes down. Right.
What percent?
Very tight.
That doesn't make any sense. 3?
Right.
30 makes sense.
Right.
No. What are you fucking shit? Big time. You're terrible. 99% chance of winning, kids. He's got 2 running backs yet to play. Both of them hit 25 points. Shout out to Mike Eastbrook, $1 million logo, for playing this week. Pick a Bitcoin league. Looks like Rabbi's getting win, kids. Fantasy football.
Remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something that you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi, very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish life. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi and what did he teach and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications, where print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles.
You want me to sing the song? It goes like this. This is the worst shit anybody's ever seen in the history of mankind. Hurry the fuck up.
Popular publications that explain to
this is the worst shit anybody's seen in the history of mankind. Please hurry the fuck up.
And this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where
this is the worst shit ever in the history of mankind.
We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities. And he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor.
So you actually need help with the video. But you need fucking help. So because he has a Caroline,
yo, dog. Everybody's so loud.
Bro, you're actually terrible.
Look at the west side.
The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video,
change the video output
on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe. And it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval, as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Glickel of Hamel, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, rest in peace, like older brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a Messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating in the name of the Arizal of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, in the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the Chmielnicki rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we have in the precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms, and women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. Let's come to that shortly. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he engaged in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that discussed momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars looking backwards tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have sometimes these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. He would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of a perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the Messianic era in the Shabtai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabtai Tzvi's #1 propagandist and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai Tzvi's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So, what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Was, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, the King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. And antinomianism, we should really define it here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week. That's they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists. But people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws, and in particular things like taking a fast day on Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destruction of the temple. But there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting, certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer apply in Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai Tzvi's community with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on
this thing sucks.
Not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from a traditional scroll. He actually invited his friends to come up and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a
worst
landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading Sabbath services. So in many ways, he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women was something that actually might have generated still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seemed to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to us, the whole story. Here's one broadsheet that printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He did want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously, he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself a Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. And that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the good man. They exist right up into the 20th century in particular. His wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she got exactly the same hairstyle. Just at any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dunma, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in the reading of psalms and engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see the Dunma actually are a small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dunma. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbatinism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Yonasan Ibashев, shown here, Even the great Ramchal, the Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Mesilat Yesharim, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. They were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression on some later beliefs. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you continue to find them of interest. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded. Can you speak Bridget? Okay. Just one moment. Get down. What in the fuck is this shit? Hey, you want dynamic lighting? Fuck you. How about just work all the time? Why isn't there a button on my fucking computer that just says work all the time? Think. Let me get this straight. You wear a diaper? Why? Sex appeal? Huh? The fertility ritual? What people find that attractive? Subconsciously. Somebody's gonna think it's hot. I can do anything. Look at my arm back. All right. Now,
All right. I show speed. We're done. Dude, what about this one? Man, I gotta take a shit. Why? 60. I think everybody's at the point where it's we could just create a feast that was just losing sex right there. Fuck the chill bar. That is neither chill nor bar. Fuck us. It's coffee talk. Coffee talk. It's coffee talk with Rabbi Rothschild. It's coffee talk. We drink, we talk, coffee talk. Hey, yo, torpedoes, your Rothschild. I can take a shit. One of the biggest ships of all time. Welcome to Midnight. Where did you get? Yo, baby. What is this shit? I gotta take a dump. Full scale weapon of mass destruction. Hey kids, we found a weapon of mass destruction. They're really excited.
graded so you can get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material. Some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class. And I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so it'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below. And, I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures and take care. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still used words like mendacity. At any rate, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, the Europeans, that is, setting foot in the soil of the New World. and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna. And he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country. It was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto-Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. That's a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constituted 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example, but most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer who was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community development until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor, then New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps they're, faith-based or some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was a son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially, irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that, all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming, utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the South, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands. This is kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal force. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnavi's Historical Atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retakes the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of the Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 15,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and is also the case sadly with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area, and you kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and that'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that has developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here. But this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Eviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800, and that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, a very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the US and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy it when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe, and otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, a tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term, Reform Judaism, that refers, it's the American equivalent what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography on Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean Kabbalistic movement that was associated with poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, a great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Zion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense that, the views of what is Hasidism, what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact a large chunk of Jews living in this area will be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. A lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kantonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. We'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but I think those are kind of like, levushim, or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism? Our emphasis on Dveikut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song, or with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desiderata. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zoger, someone who just recites psalms, rather just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish appointing Kamna that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, in particular, who were known as Balei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky-Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pinkassim or record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who are not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. He found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Nezhigorsk, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides clear, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records and elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based release. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region, in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim, or Mitnagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well. We shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture, right? Get it? Yarmulke, Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these were things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life, which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. And you can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Wodzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid Mezrich passed away, and position began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Misnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatist. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of the Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, it's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times? So you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure. Both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Dino's primary contribution to the historiography, is saying, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that. That, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argue that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was a kind of experimentation with intention of maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray, things like that the Lithuanians, really looked down upon. And finally, the accusation that, some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for a Sabbatean movement, and it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of the Teps, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with the very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center, the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely, you better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you studied Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChayim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becher, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, "How's it going?" I said, "Well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos. It has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home." But I said to him, "Rabbi, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day, because I was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner, right?" So he said, "Okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChayim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day." And so I said, "Okay, I'll do it." So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChayim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times, I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I'd already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChayim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regarded the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refused to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century. And then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, endured to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors, like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussions, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Maskilim. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was very similar in syntax and the vocabulary had huge overlaps, but speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15, 20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be, considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskala. Haskala is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. In fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time to show up for a minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs like this one you see here of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and, articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many issues, where issues of science and Torah and tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society, had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights on Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda, or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. You see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern. It was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. Didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning the Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on, but let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience, human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism, or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system. And we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years, noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where
I got the same. I showed them. Maybe that's it sounded so different though that normally like I don't see what it is, but it came in with all kinds of feedback and I was like, oh, this is just somebody's second feedback. But then it was just a lot. Okay. Let's go with these. I just have to think. These it's so different. Must provide the box description. What in the fuck? I no description. Wait. What the? What is fucking this? Oh, garbage. Continue. Back to my fucking server. Alright. Do that later. Dude. Was I playing my best? Best for you to decide. Who knows if I ever have. Alright. Two people. Making prank calls. Is your refrigerator running? Is your refrigerator running? You know the phone call that's going on? Do you know the joke is your refrigerator running? What's on your head? The diaper? Basically. No. So I'm in a bunch of different Discords right now. I'm in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, not counting my own. And because I'm in so many Discord. I want people to take notice of me. So I'm wearing on my head over here. Exactly. But somebody's like, why are you doing this? I have people coming here all the time. Like, why are you wearing a diaper? When before I didn't do it. So it's just something I'm trying. I might keep to exactly. If you really want to know, subconsciously, a grown man in a diaper is the sexiest thing in the world. Subconsciously. There's something about it like being the opposite of everything that exactly 100%. So um, with that, are you gonna join the game? Okay, that's fine. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. That's a great idea. Now you're thinking, man. I know. Right. Right. But not just one diaper. Two. That's gonna be you. I'm gonna tell you this right now. It gets people in here. That's all I need. What about it? What about it? What about it makes you uncomfortable? Why are you looking at my crotch? Why does it look insane? If I had incontinence issues, this would be a normal part of life. Dog, this entire thing looks dry. This entire thing looks dry. There isn't a single Doug. Doug, you're the one. Listen. You had just talked about this for 5 minutes, something like that. I didn't mention it. This is doing exactly what I wanted to do. Now imagine if you don't know who I am and you're watching me on one of these many different cameras. It makes you like, what in the fuck? It makes you do. Because you are a huge pussy. What about this makes you feel off-put? It's literally, I have underwear, I have a cryptocurrency pajama, another cryptocurrency pajama, and a diaper. What are you looking at? Hold on, what are you looking at? What kind of weird? I don't get into just sitting here, not hurting anybody, and driving you absolutely fucking crazy. And I love it because I know it's doing the same all the time. They're sitting there like, hey, that doesn't make sense. It's a grown person with a diaper. Why is that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It's like, do you ever see when a sign for an advertising company is purposefully misspelled? But just for you, because you're a huge bitch. I mean, giant pussy. I will remove this. But I'm not removing it from my head. I like it. It's like a turban. I'm not wearing nothing.
That looks like a rusty part.
That's what I'm going for. That's what I'm going for. That's what I'm going for. The jellyfish from Shark Tale. Dog, no one's seen that movie. I wish. No. Dude, it's a child's movie. It's like a powdered knife. Look at George Washington. Well, I'm gonna get to that. That's known as a you issue, not a me issue. If it's something, you said it like 3 times, it made you feel uncomfortable. Yeah, it does. But they're like, why do you do that? That's what I tell them. It's sticky. Somebody was like, hey, we're wearing a diaper. I'm like, yeah. They were actually like, hey, can I ask a question? Yeah. Why are you wearing a diaper? I said, because I've been live streaming in this Discord. Not a lot of people on it. However, when I put a diaper on, I got like 6 people at once. Just talking in my phone. It's basically like free advertising. What else can I do? I don't have the ability to basically do too much more. My IRLs get 0 views. My YouTube shorts get 0 views. My YouTube live streams all 0 views. Everything's 0 views. The only thing that I ever get anybody to do is come in here for Discord. And all right, well, just for you, I'll have to. It's like a it's like a last slide. Whatever you call it. What else would you want? There you go. It's interpret. It's a diagram. Yes, sir. I saw this. Right. find the whole scenario where they're like rushing to the gym. Like,
I, yeah, but it was like,
sure, with the idea of transhumanism, I feel as if the idea of being able to live forever significantly changes the woman's life and just humanity in general. The idea of cryogenics and the ability to freeze your embryos at a later date means that a woman no longer has a biological transplant in a traditional form. And I can tell you that I've seen it from as much as I can from both sides of our life cultures. And I have found that, and I've seen this religiously as well. I debated this between two different synagogues, both Orthodox that had different opinions depending on which rabbi you went to. And, so it was a question that I had. Why is it that if I go to one rabbi, they say one thing, if I go to another rabbi, they say another thing? One seems to be pro-life, one seems to be pro-choice. And I wanted the answer. So, it doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with essentially rabbinical decision. So I just went through that and found, I mean, if you really want to look at the Jewish manuscript, it varies between three different opinions. There's a pro-life opinion, a pro-choice, and then an opinion that has basically a sliding scale depending on when the woman essentially was, the baby was conceived. So essentially, the there's a rule without going into all of the halakhic discussion that at 40 days a baby becomes that. Okay. But that's essentially what it is in most cases. So basically, you can have a fucking abortion at day 40. After day 40, you have
but for over a way, you can order that time.
right. Which I'm okay with that too. In fact, believe it or not, I'm more in favor. See, here's the thing. Now that women especially could perhaps live forever, I've been like of the mentality that they should be able to abort their children after the children are born if it's a shitty child, because they're gonna have to live the rest of time with this shitty child. But I realize you can't do that, so I say, okay, 40 days. That's basically enough time for one to get to an abortion clinic, but also you're not killing like viable beasts.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how although it, I guess, like whatever. But I mean, I feel like kind of like still water.
I completely agree. That's why I even say with find a happy medium between. Ideally, in an ideal world, I would like to be pro-life, but we don't live in an ideal world. Rape occurs, incest occurs, uh, sexual abuse occurs, those kind of things occur, and also, issues occur between just people who aren't from parents. And thus, I think that we should allow for much more contraception. And additionally, I think that we should allow for abortion um, happen for 40 days. And if you're like, why 40 days? It's a happy medium. There, there are religious reasons for it. I don't want to go into them. They're very, very complicated to talk about. But there are just personal. Maybe I look really. I mean, here's the simplicity of the matter. Basically, you don't consider that to be a child have life until 40 days before that. What's considered life level, which is just essentially like an archaic way of describing post-conception fluids prior to and I think the United States right now have abortion clinics. In the United States, in like California, we still run with what Roe v. Wade is, where it's in our constitution, you can have a right before birth. Some states have done that, other states have gone in opposite direction and banned it, and some have said after the first month or so, I think they've made it like 42 days or something. Oh, what do they call it? Hold on. After 6 weeks, they get it 6 weeks. So that's approximately what I have. You really want to know? I could go either way. I could convince people either way, and I'm fine with it being the 6 weeks.
I mean, the 6 week thing, I think that's the expectation. At all times,
You don't need to. No, there's not an expectation. That's not how it works. You wouldn't get a period. You're used to getting a period. The woman knows her clock extremely well, so it's a natural. It's a natural alert. If you haven't gotten a period, you should see a doctor because it could be a lot of nutrition, but it could very much be that you're pregnant. And if that's the case, you have a natural birth, birth pregnancy test, and that's your period as a woman.
but where the sort of line is,
So it can happen, especially amongst anorexic women. Anorexic women and women who suffer from bulimia have a higher rate of miscarriage. But honestly, guys I'm like a different thinker when it comes to the sense of a woman's body. I mean, I think that I'm someone who likes a woman's body, and when it comes to their reproductive decisions, I think that you should be left up to women. However, I don't get that decision. And again, I think that you should be able to kill a kid when the kid's 7 years old if you're a transhuman and you want to live forever, but that's not going to fly. So I get it. Once the child basically starts turning into a human, that's what you want to call it. Okay, fine. Because it's either you're going to piss off 50% of people here or 50% of people here. But trying to find a happy medium is the key. I can tell you that I am not for
babies, like start
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Most pro-lifers are pro-lifers. at the moment of conception, that is human, has a human life and human soul, and needs to be protected until birth. They consider being pro-life, pro-human life. They don't consider it to be pro-life with every organism on earth. None of them. I mean, not none of them, but very, very few of them. The far majority mean pro-human life. But it's too hard to say pro-human life. It goes against the mantra, so they say pro-life.
Yeah, no, that's trying to look at it. Well, that's fine,
They're completely different things. You're just looking at it from the size of the thing. They're completely different. What's more accurate is like the cells that build up to create the spider and the cells that create to be the fetus. And then a full-grown human versus a spider, because that's full-grown as well. I know what you're saying. It's like, well, it's just a collection of cells. But that's not how people see it. They see it as what it can be. What is the spider going to grow up to be? Just a spider. So they kill it because it's endangered. Why do they want to protect the child? Because it could grow up to be something really special. Okay, but back to women and their opportunity. I'm a huge advocate for women to be changing their period schedules should they wish. They don't have to have a monthly period. There are medications that are available. You can choose when to have your period. You can choose not to have a period. But it's best to have a period to clean yourself out, essentially. And so I advocate for it to be every 6 months or so a year. Where just 2 years, that's a giant. Nothing different than any other. But let's say you're a woman and you have a busy year coming up, and you've got a boyfriend, some other things, and you don't want to get pregnant, so you just made that decision. Okay, well, there's birth control available that can prevent you from having a period, but also things can make you medications to make you regular. There are some women who don't have regular periods, so they need a medication to make them regular. And they have medications, especially for women who have very painful periods, where they don't want to go through the pain of the period. Like, we don't understand that, but I've spoken with enough women and been around enough that much of what they go through, though, I don't understand even the beginning of it. I empathize the fact that they're going through something where they're not at their 100%, but they're literally bleeding, and we don't know it, and they're literally in pain and cramping and nausea and headaches and all the other things that can happen when a woman is menstruating. So I want to believe in that, and so I'm an advocate to have 2 periods a year. I think that is
right. Bro, like, some women have to take medication from them. That's not their get rid of the parents.
yeah.
But there's no collateral damage from
What do you think the period is? It's essentially the excretion of an egg. So it's just like a bloody nose with like extra, not extra, I shouldn't say that, but it's like an unfertilized egg. It's not like a bomb that explodes. It's literally just like blood. So you're saying like, is it healthy to do that? I mean, modern medicine has medications that
something like the body is not
we do a lot of things that make our bodies natural. And like what? Like eat it. We aren't meant to eat every single day. Our evolutionary I should say wouldn't find things to eat all that regularly, especially when it was cold. But if we were able to, what people would do is chase after herds of animals, and that's how migration would take place. So indigenous people it would happen to, or people on the plain who were of any kind of background. It happened with all different people, and you would just follow wherever the animals would go. What you would do is basically try to create like a horseshoe around them, or a little bit of a circle around them, and then you throw spears at them and rocks or whatever you could do to take them down. But believe it or not, you wouldn't get the deer or the buffalo or the wildebeest or whatever on the first try. It would take you all day sometimes just to get an animal, or maybe 2 or 3 days, or maybe you would go 5 or 6 weeks without eating, because that could easily happen. That's why for a human, I don't know if you've heard this picture you have, but you can go 2 minutes without air, 2 days without water, 2 months without food. Approximately. You can actually go without food. It's not weeks. You think you can go only 2 weeks without eating? Absolutely. Yeah, the world record is over a year of not eating. There was just one man who just took vitamins. I know I said 2 months, and you can actually go longer than that. But yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. We aren't made to eat not 2 weeks. No, you go way longer than that. And we'll look this up. This isn't saying. There's another one. Just what is the saying? You can go 2 minutes without breathing, 2 days without water, 2 months without food. Is this correct? The common saying is you can survive. Oh, apologies. It's 3 minutes without air, 3 minutes without water. Oh, it's 3 weeks without food. Hold on a second. Hold on. People do that all the time. They go 3 weeks without food. Maybe the saying is that, but then I can counter it with what is the longest anyone has ever gone without food? Okay, 382 days, but that was just how. According to Google, the longest person who ever survived without food is 74 days. Okay, so it seems as if the same is to correct it. It's three minutes without air, which seems like a long time. 3 days without water and 3 weeks without food. However, if you have a lot of food, or if you're like a fat person, it seems like you can live months on that. 74 days, somebody. And that's like 3 weeks is 21 days. 74 days is 2.5 months. So it seems like, okay, so even with 3 months or 3 weeks of not needing to eat, I'm not saying that's like the way that you need to go with your body. That's not it's not prudent, but it's possible. Thinking that. Let's go to the original question, because it doesn't really matter what happens in other systems, whether this type of science is safe. How safe is it for women to have only 2 periods a year that new medication? So Rabbi cites, it's essential to note that having only 2 periods a year is not typical. The average menstrual cycle of research results do not mention medication during this whole and maybe it's only in clinical trials, but they're working on it because this is a big thing for women. What is the name of the medication that allows a woman to have a period not monthly, but maybe semi-monthly? The medication you're referring to is more people than the second one, but these can be taken between periods or in frequency every 3 months. They're saying quarterly, and I'm saying semi-annually would be an option. So, but I wouldn't do it annually, or I wouldn't do it bi-annually. That's not enough. You need to clean it out every once in a while if you want. And so I think bi-annually is the word, or semi-annually is the word. Okay. So you mean what are the effects if you don't have a period? What are the effects if you don't have a period? The woman's not have a period. From hormone balance, bone density loss, fertility, weight changes, food changes. Well, this is for people who naturally don't have periods. You're saying that you're just saying like it just seems like it's bad. And I'm saying to you that's not a very logical thing to go about. I feel that means nothing. Look up results. Look up evidence. Probably the best way to do it is to have a monthly period. But that causes a lot of issues in life. Ideally, you would like to be able to delay that. Currently, it seems that there are contraceptives available that can delay that quarterly. I'm saying ideally, in the future, you'll have them semi-annually for once every 6 months. You're saying, well, doesn't that seem like it's bad? I'm saying to you, people it won't even be legal. I haven't said this part yet, but it won't even be legal for standard reproduction. And that's not Rabbi's plan. That's the World Economic Forum that stated by 2030, traditional penis into a vagina reproduction will be made illegal, and everything will be through a test tube. So you may be like, well, isn't that bad for a woman not to be doing it? It doesn't matter. At that point, you're going to take all her eggs. She can have them frozen. When she finds a guy she likes, or she finds a sperm she wants, or she just wants to reproduce, she can put it together. All that stuff will take place in a test tube, or in a, or in a, or in a, surrogate. I did before I had to do it. So it would be a test tube or surrogate, or perhaps something. I mean, probably would be surrogate before test tube, but then eventually it'll just be test tube. And that's within the next 6 years. You ready to hear about my podcast last night? Yeah. Yeah, it was a very good one. Very good scam. And I would have fought for it. I would have fought for it, I think. So he was like, okay, let's do the podcast. I should have known when, first time we did the podcast, he didn't show up. So it was like, okay, weird. Then I asked him, hey, send me the website for your podcast and everything. And he did. I'm like, okay, this is legitimate. But I didn't know that it was a podcast. And then he's like, hey, we'll do a podcast at this time or whatever. And anyway, I confirmed it with him. And then he's like, all right, here's the Zoom link. So I'm trying to do the Zoom link on my phone, and it's like, it's not like a normal Zoom link. Like, normally I can just type in the number, and it works, but it keeps saying that this thing does not exist. So I keep telling him that. He's like, well, just try it on your PC. So as stupid as I am, I'm like, okay. And I go and I start to do it, and I download it. What happened, and then it didn't work. And I'm starting to figure out, like, why am I having so much trouble? I was thinking to myself, man, Zoom is fucked up because this is how bad it is. And then I checked my virus space, and it's like everything had been quarantined and so and there's fortunate thing. It got if it did, if I can say this, if it did get on anything, it already said it was quarantined. It said there's no threats found, all this other stuff. So not too worried about it, but it's on a computer that doesn't have any, like, just a computer I bought. It doesn't have anything really. Just like people think I have a content. But yeah, I can see this guy was really, really wanting to be humble, though. I just, fortunately, yeah, everything. When he sent the link, it shows like the whole description, like it's a fake website. Um, look, I didn't tell you what it was. It was exactly what it was. It looks so very cool. So, blah, 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 blah. Like, the Zoom meeting, there's a Zoom meeting link. It has, like, Zoom. Join our Zoom meeting. I don't know if it does come from Zoom.com. I don't know what's a Zoom meeting come from. Does it come from Zoom.com? Yeah, you gotta understand. I'm not. Do you every fucking think that you get stuff? No, of course not. I just like, okay, what is it? Exactly. I do. I just was wondering why it didn't work when I put the little meeting ID and all that other shit in. It's not the first thing that I did. He sent me this thing. I press on it. It says to download. I think that's interesting. I know that I've got all kinds of fucking security on the computer. So I'm like, okay, well, if it's something wrong, then we'll see what happens. He didn't get anything. It didn't even install. It was quarantined. And it wasn't able to get on my phone. And if you're like, well, then you. Exactly. was. And
Well, wait, you said they're gonna crash.
no, I mean, the VPN, I've got a computer with, I think it's got like malwarebytes and um, Windows security and Microsoft Defender. So it has like three different things plus a VPN. That's more secure than 98% of any American. It doesn't I'll be right back. So Zoom connects up. Catch me. What is dog walking? Well, as you can see, I don't know exactly what he's doing, but I can tell you that he doing this contest on Kick streamer, but ended up asked me to help by making clips for him. And I would, but then he said that he had and he that was I don't expect him to. I will tell you, I get sick before welcome, Sigma Chief. How are you, baby? Sigma Chat. How you looking, Chat? We're just chilling. Hope you're doing well. That's good. Let's have a minute. I took care of some. I've taken care of people's houses I've never seen, and they were always ready. Yeah, I can remember. Um, you make $100,000 a year being a house sitter? Probably not. Probably
Well, you can work remotely while you're at home and you have to provide for your
that's true. Okay, now I understand. So in addition to other income, yeah, house sitting is great. As a set alone, let alone um, career, I don't think it's a good career at all.
more viable career.
I don't think dog walking is viable. I don't think those are good careers. Those are gigs. Those are things that you do short term to make money, but they're not long term.
I disagree. But I think
I'm telling you that does not last 50 years. It lasts. It lasts 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, but it doesn't last 30 years, 40 years. The reason why it doesn't last is your body breaks down. You get sick. Things happen. Anything where you have to depend on yourself having to do something, I don't think is necessarily. If we get to depend on your body to do something, I don't think it's necessarily a good career. There's too much of a risk in dog walking. Well, look, if you need a job as a young person, you have nothing to do, and you want to start a business, it's great. Do I think you should be doing that for 30 years? No. You just won't be able to compete against the cost of housing and food and insurance. And I mean, look, as a dog walker, let's say you're the best dog walker in the world. Let's do the money. Let's do the math. Best dog walker in the world is going to make $10 a dog per walk, maybe. How much is a dog worth? Okay, $30 a walk, $30 a dog. How many dogs are you going to be able to take care of? Okay, let's say six. It's $180 times per one. Unless you're living in like a really high, maybe okay. So in some areas, okay. So okay, six. Okay, so how many dogs a day are you gonna do? I would say 15 dogs a day. At $30 a dog a day, $450. What do you do when it rains? Yeah, okay. You do. But I'm just saying, people in some areas of the United States will not. They just, I mean, I'm telling you, I ran an on-demand car wash app. If it rains in LA, nobody wants their car washed, nobody's going on walks, nobody wants their dog walked. On a sunny day, sure. But if it's raining, no. So maybe some places, nobody wants their dog who they have had groomed and is dry inside to go out outside with the dog walker, get all wet, get all muddy, and come back into their house. Look, okay, that's a shitload of work here. I'm talking about let's make easy money, $450 a day. But I don't think that you make money as a dog walker on rainy days. But let's say we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so that's $450 a day. Do you walk them every single day? Yeah, but I mean, then you get no days off. this is what I'm saying. This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work for 5 or 10 years. This works for like 6 months. But if you want to work every single day for 6 months, you're going to burn out. But I understand your dog needs to be walked every day. You're saying people individually, like the owners of the dog. Exactly, perfect. So let's say 5 days a week. So $450 a day times 5 is about $2,200, a little more. Okay, times 52 weeks, $117,000 a year. But this is the absolute best dog walker of all time. Never loses a customer, never has to advertise, and it never rains where they are, which still isn't a lot of money. I mean, $117,000 is good, but I mean, I the last job I had made more.
It may not be your idea, but I think that it's a viable business.
I don't think it's a gambler. I don't think it's. I don't think it's a career. It's a gift, and we can go into the things, but no, no. I
think business that offers the similar to dog walking.
there's a fine line. That's a great. A mechanic is a career. Mechanic is a career because it's a specialized experience and knowledge. Dog walking doesn't really have the same. Anybody can basically dog walk. A 6-year-old can dog walk. A 60-year-old can dog walk. So long as they can basically pass the prerequisites of whatever you want to do, anybody can do it. It's not like you need a whole bunch of others. So long as you can walk around the block and ring doorbells and stuff, you can. But I'm not saying that that is useless. This is what I'm saying. If you're making, no one, people who are doing dog walking aren't making $117,000 a year. This is how dog walkers, a lot of them make their money. They have a job, a career. They're a mechanic. And on the side, they do dog walking, and that's an extra $200 a week or something like that. That, I'm all in favor of that. That's hustle. That's grit. That's fortitude. Bravo. But making that your full-time deal, that to me is not a good strategy because too many things can happen in your gig industry and absolutely can destroy that business. Like what? You lose a dog. You lose a dog, you're going to lose all of your customers. So say bye to your $117,000 a year very quickly when you lose one dog. And you're telling me over the course of 5 or 10 or 20 years, you're not going to lose a dog? I think you will. I think you might. It could happen. What happens if you're walking a dog and a dog bites you? Who's going to pay for that? That's out of your $117,000. You've got taxes to pay on $117,000. So it's not $117,000. It's like $60,000, depending on where you are. But if you're in a major city, it's like $60,000, $70,000 take home. And there's no protection. So what do I advocate? The guy who you buy your smoothies from, that guy's got a business. If he were to do dogs on the side, that's supplementing his income. Someone who just does dogs all the time, they don't have a business that's fine. I just don't know a lot of those businesses that last a long time. It's too difficult, is what I'm trying to say, to make that last for years. Something goes wrong.
Yeah, no, I agree that there's different, I think I would say that
Absolutely, because there are dog walkers in the world. But these are, in my opinion, generally short-term gigs. Are there people who have been dog walkers for 35 years? Absolutely. But we don't know what their bank account looks like. We don't know if they've got an inheritance from their grandparents. They don't really have to work that hard, so they can kind of do this half-assed job. I'm telling you right now, if you are a father and a mother, and you need to put food on the table for a family of 2 children or only 2 children, dog walking is not going to cut it. What will cut it is you fucking working 40 hours a week and all the overtime you can, and maybe your kids go do dog walking. That can work. Children can do dog walking, but I'm saying like people need to make more money than that. Like you can say, well, $117,000. Let's look at it this way. All the dog walkers you know, do any of them have children? Do any of the dog walkers you know have children? Okay. I think it's a tough job to do with children. It's a pretty tough job to do with children. Because like you were saying, you're like, well, you can make $117,000 a year, you do 30 dogs a time, 15 dogs a day, and all that. But what happens when your kids, someone's gonna watch your kids? Or let's say they're at school. Okay. What happens if that kid's got to be picked up from school? Okay, now you got to have the dog. You got to take them all back. I mean, there's a lot of things in here. I don't think that being a dog walker is at all a bad gig, short term. And I think it can be a viable business long term, but it needs to change the business model. And what would that be? Maybe you have one person who gets all the business for everyone, and then they pay like college kids to be the actual dog walkers. That can work. And why can that work? That can work. And now that can last for 20 or 30 years, and I'm an advocate for that. And I think that's a business and that's a career. Someone who is doing it alone, though, there's so much risk, and there's so much risk that it's just too difficult to do that job alone. Yes, and that's what I consider it a career. When you have employees, then you have a business, then it's viable. But if you're just doing it on your own, it's more defined by career. It's such a okay. So let's take that. You've got multiple people. Let's say you've got 3 employees. They're all like student workers, and you can pay them like $20 an hour, whatever the minimum wage is. So, can that work? Yes. Can it work long term? Yeah. The thing is, it gives people an opportunity to take a break. When if everything's on you as a dog walker, you really don't have that opportunity. If something goes wrong with everything on you. If your kid gets sick, you get bitten. If you turn an ankle, you can't do the walking anymore. You lose all of your customers immediately. As opposed to, or hopefully people would think about it or whatever. As opposed to if you're running the business, you can get sick and you can still run the business remotely, and you just need to hire a new person if somebody leaves. Those kind of things. That's about a business that's viable. An individual who wait, hold on. In the United States, usually you're covered by something called workers' compensation and unemployment. You don't get those in a gig. You don't get those as a dog walker. There's no social security system that you're paying into. There's no Medicaid. Like basically, it's a gig. It doesn't have any of those protections. Right. dog walker in the future, or any dog walker that watches this in the future, do I think that this is well, here's why I really don't think it's a viable career, period, is I look at things into the future. And I know that it's going to be very easy for a robot to be the world's best dog walker. Like, very, very easy. Let's think about this. Imagine, like a Waymo that is like for a car, except it's just literally like the Optimus bot. And it just rings your doorbell and gets your dog and then walks it around the block and brings it back. And it's all GPS and it's all geofence, so everything's perfect. And the dog never runs away because it's a robot. Somehow they can figure that out. And then if the dog bites the robot, nothing's going to happen.
The dog is also a robot.
I know that sounds freaky, but you've seen that before from Boston Dynamics. They call it Rover. They're little dogs. You've seen that. Haven't you seen the Rover? It's freakish. In fact, it's replaced huge amounts of security guards already. If you've ever seen the thing work like right. Dude, San Francisco is wild. Dude, San Francisco has a group called Stop Killer Robots. And I'm for that group. I didn't know we had to start a group called Stop Killer Robots, but we do. Because there are people who are creating robots to kill people. And I want to stop that. I don't think that should be a thing. No, I don't want anyone to die. But the reason why they're doing this is for
Not a possibility, but then or
I want neither. If I have my cars, I'd rather have robots. Okay, then I'd rather have robots. But I would rather. You could. Wait, I didn't say I want killer robots. If I have the choice between killer robots or humans, I'll take humans. Because you can tell humans don't shoot. If you have killer robots and there's no way to stop them, well, then that's a bad choice. What I'm saying is, if it's a peacekeeping robot that has only pacifist capabilities, perhaps, or non-lethal options, then I'm all for that.
what do you think that they're developing?
They're already developing. It's the first ever human death from a robot, to my knowledge. I'm sure this isn't the first one because I'm sure it's happened in like the machinery industry. But it happened in Dallas. Let me pull up the story. It wasn't too long ago. But that's how I had to develop this. Basically, it was somebody who took a hostage or something and brought in this robot and killed him. What is that one case of a robot that killed someone in Dallas in like a parking garage a couple years ago? You're likely referring to the police robot in Dallas in 2016. The Dallas Police Department used a remote-controlled bomb disposal robot to deliver an explosive device to a suspect who had shot several officers during the standoff. The robot detonated the bomb, killing the suspect. This marked the first known use of a robot to kill a person in law enforcement. The incident raised significant ethical and legal questions about the use of robots in policing. And there's this group. Shout out to them. Please tell me everything you know about the group called Stop Killer Robots. I believe they're based out of San Francisco. Stop Killer Robots is a global campaign aimed at banning fully autonomous weapons, often referred to as killer robots. The initiative seeks to prevent the development and deployment of weapons that can operate without human intervention, arguing that such systems pose significant ethical, legal, and security risks. The campaign was launched in 2017 by a coalition of non-governmental organizations, including Human Rights Watch, International Committee for Robot Arms Control. While it has global reach, many of the activities are concentrated in key cities like San Francisco. Key goals of the campaign include international treaties advocating for a legally binding international awareness and advocacy, raising public awareness about the potential dangers of autonomous weapons, and mobilizing support, engaging governments, and other considerations. So There you go. It already happened. We've already had robots kill people in the United States. And I want to stop that. Which,
I think that the robots is just down
listen to me right now. A police officer's life isn't worth any more life than any other person on earth. I don't care if the police agent or officer never shit in the entire world or got a gold star in first grade. Their life is worth exactly the same as your life or my life. So for someone to be like, well, it's a police officer, you know what a police officer means to me in the United States? This is someone who cannot pass an IQ test because if you know anything about policing in the United States, in some departments, they make you take an IQ test. And if you do too well on the IQ test, you're not allowed to be a cop. So when you look at a police officer, you can think that that person was basically dumb enough to do that job. Because if they had done, I'm saying every single person has the same IQ. I'm saying though, people hold. You did. You just said the life of a police officer. Yep. Stop. Who gives a shit about him? Who gives a shit about his family? Who gives a shit about his kids? Okay? What we're missing the sight of is the weapons that they're using here. I am against lethal force. So just like you would watch in Discovery Channel, National Geographic, or Smithsonian Channel documentary, and they need to do some kind of test on a rhino. What do? They don't fucking take a Glock and shoot the rhino 1,000 fucking times like they do in the inner city. They shoot it with a tranquilizer dart. Is it going to kill the person? Look. Let's just make it very easy. If you want something that I like, it's this. It's a non-lethal drone or non-lethal robot. That's what I think is correct. Robots are better than humans. Yeah. If we can have it so that it's a robot that is confronting you, but it doesn't have the ability to kill you, that's much better than some fucking roid raged out cop who wife's cheating on him, he's got all the stress of his partner and all this other shit, and he just gets trigger happy. I don't like that. It happens too far. It happens also too often to minorities in this country, and I want to stop that. I want people to be able to say, look, mistakes happen. Let's go back and fix this. And you can when you have non-lethal rounds. And not less lethal rounds, not these fucking bullets that are shot like rubber bullets that fucking tear people open. No, I'm talking about tranquilizer guns. Simple as that, tranquilizer guns. Just like you take down a hippo or an elephant, we've had this conversation. You can do it with a person, and then you teach a robot how to be able to deploy tranquilizer darts or some kind of spray that knocks someone out or whatever for 15 minutes so that the people. Exactly. But just for 15 minutes or so, and to make sure that it doesn't have any long-term effects on them, yeah, I'm 100% fine on that. You know why? Because police make mistakes on what door they go to, and what, you should be too. Everyone who hears this shit, they should be advocating. No more use of lethal force anywhere on Earth. And if you need to use some type of force, then they can use non-lethal force. It's possible. We do it with animals. Why can't we do it with humans? We're animals.
You know, I totally agree with that. So it's not an anti-robot that control us.
It's the killer part. I love robots. No, you're looking at 3 robots right now. I love robots. Robots make life a lot easier. It's the killer part that I don't like. When it says stop killing robots, I don't like the killer part. Okay? Exactly. There it is. If we do have a situation where you're going to have people who are going to go to war, it's diplomacy at every step. So before you start getting troops ready, you sit down with the other side, you look eye to eye, and you say, what can we do so that we don't have to go to war? And you don't leave until you figure it out. And if you spend enough time with each other, you'll become friends. People don't realize that. That a lot of times during these diplomatic affairs, if they're actually together, they fucking become friends during it. You bond. You're trying to make this thing happen. Well, we want part A. Well, we want part A. Okay. Well, what if we give you a little bit of part B and a little bit of part C for this part of part A? Okay, well, that works for us. And then you walk out shaking hands. Everything on this earth can be worked out diplomatically. And that which can't, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, can be bribed. And I'm a huge fan of the use of bribes as opposed to the use of weapons of mass destruction. If you really, really, really want something in the country, just bribe it. Absolutely. I want world peace. We'd sit at a table, look each other eye to eye, and come up with a resolution. Simple as that. We wouldn't leave this down. And we'd live stream it. That's the answer. The people that have done that. They don't want peace. They want war. War is a racket. To quote General Smedley Butler, war is a racket. It takes a lot of money.
Not a lot of people.
No, true, but I mean, it's not just. It's not like it just makes it for one person. It makes it for dozens, hundreds, thousands of people. It actually does make money for a lot of people. Tens of thousands, if not millions of people can get involved. But it also destroys people. Time and time. What other questions? These are excellent questions, and hit me with them. No, it's fine.
I feel like the robot.
I have a very solid grasp, I feel, on every global topic of significance, whether it's I don't know if it's really but I here's what I can tell you. If you really want to know what I feel is an excellent huge, huge if you were to ask me this interview I've seen it within the last 8 years, but I watched it again recently, and it's this woman's last interview. Um, okay, so this is a different Trump break. This isn't E. Jean Carroll. This is a bad fucking story in a Bergdorf Goodman in New York City. This isn't that story. This is a story that nobody talks about, that isn't known. In fact, if you look this up, it's none of it. It's like, I don't. This is a fucking. This is the thing. This woman's interview was on YouTube, and it only had like 160,000 people. It's a lot, but it was like posted like years ago. Interview Trump. I think her last name was Johnson. Yeah, here she is. Yeah, so this took place in 2016. I believe this one 100%. So basically, this is what it's entitled: Trump's alleged rape victim describes alleged sexual encounter with Trump when she was 30. Basically, this all had to do with Jeffrey Epstein and the one of his parties. Basically, it's like an odd and had sex with her multiple times. She goes into all of his kids. He's really into like Nate, his daughter, and then this whole case went away. But the reason why it went away and the E. Jean Carroll one was pushed is because the E. Jean Carroll one happened in 1980 something. No one knows anything about this bitch. Nobody knows anything if this really happened or not. This girl happened not that long ago. She has evidence of it. She has where it happened. She has essentially the people around whom it was, and this never sees the light of day. This woman's name is so that makes sense. At least three people who have accused Donald Trump of rape. There's E. Jean Carroll. There's this girl. This is the only girl I need to do. And just to find out, I don't want this guy. I don't want to be associated with this guy. He's a scumbag. And then also Donald Trump's wife used to say that she was very bad. So I don't know, but I don't think that person deserves the highest office in the home. I don't think that's a person who is a role model for our country. So I don't endorse anybody. I think everybody's correct. So just listen to this girl. Yeah, and it's lost. They do hide her face. You can still like make out that she's a girl. But, he's also obsessed. Trump's obsessed with like Trump with but this is such a hard thing. I mean, guns. Oh yeah, because it happened a bunch. Like Trump took her virginity and then to come back and fuck this chick at Jeffrey Epstein's parties or something on time. She talks about it like Johnson, Trump, woman accused of Trump child rape cancels press conference. That's one. Video of woman claims. Okay. Okay. It's one play. It is. They have a version of her voice. So, right. People don't know all this. People don't know all this is traceable. In the future, it'll be very easy for AI to reverse engineer policies. So anybody whose face was blurred in the past or fucking distorted, all of that's gonna be. Yeah, there's this zero data, 100% zero data. There was a guy, terrible motherfucker. He's called like Mr. Swirly. I'm not gonna look this up, but I read it. You can look it up if you want. And this guy would torture children and rape them overseas, take pictures of it, and distort his image with like a swirly face every single time, and forensics investigators were able to undo that fucking swirl, and you can see his picture all over the internet now. Yeah. Okay, so if you want the thing, it's Katie Johnson's full testimony, 2/11/16. Just it's Katie Johnson. No. The name of the video is called Katie Johnson's full testimony. Katie Johnson's full testimony of 2/11/16. It's on YouTube. Now, hold on. The interview was in 2016, but this video was posted 4 years. Yeah, I thought it was Rocket, but yeah, it's only 29 minutes. Right, like I said, there's one where they don't distort her voice at all. And you can hear what she says, and you can tell that this is a person who is heartfelt in what happened. You can tell this girl, when she was a model, hot enough to be recruited by Jeffrey Epstein, the truth is much. The name, hey, what happened to this girl? I can tell you the name Katie Johnson is like the name, pretty close to the name of John Smith in the United States. There are maybe hundreds of thousands of Katie Johnson, at least tens of thousands. So long as she keeps her face in it, nobody's gonna remember her voice that well. But if she revealed her face, everybody can know this girl. Anyway, if you really want to see some shit, watch it. Watch it right now. I'll listen to it. Incorrect. Incorrect. It was tied to Jeffrey Epstein. Anything tied to Jeffrey Epstein is not brought to the light of day. Notice, Jeffrey Epstein, is supposedly dead, and Ghislaine is in jail. You don't think they had anybody else helping them? Not a single other person was ever prosecuted for this. Not one. What? No one who raped all these people? There's a reason. It's very simple. The people at the top basically took other influential people, took them to this island, had them do all kinds of terrible things to people, including rape and kill people, got it all on camera, and now they have to do everything that those people at the top want. They're the puppets now. Everyone from Stephen Hawking to Rihanna to Bill Gates they're all now essentially guilty of these actions. I think he is. I think look, exactly. Listen to what Katie Johnson said. She'll tell you the whole story. Rusty, how do you live? Yeah? What's good, big dog? How's your dad? How's your dad? Frosty. You take care of yourself. That's been Frosty. So I don't know what's going on. Always that. If you know, like that whole story, Havana was like a recruit, and with Elaine, like they're all very very close. I don't know. I mean, like you and I are close. You and I are close. You and I are close, and we don't have any pictures together. These people have pictures together at events. They were very very close. Here. Um, let me see. Havana Trump was a recruiter. Now they're going to say that there's no evidence. Hold on. Maybe recruited for power. No, not Havana Trump. Yeah. Okay. And mother. Yeah. So Ivana began her modeling career in the 1970s, working as a ski instructor and model in Montreal, Canada. She was born in Czechoslovakia and immigrated to Canada with meeting Donald Trump. In 1976, she was in New York City with a group of models when she met Donald Trump. According to the memoir Raising Trump, Trump secured the group's best table in place and joined the finish showing his general design. Modeling career. Havana's modeling career took off, and she worked for various clients, including Tommy Hilfiger, Vogue, Team Vogue, Harper's Bazaar, and Erie Woodward. She also worked for the runway for fashion shows and print advertising. Recruitment. As a recruiter, Havana likely played a role in discovering and promoting new models, potentially working with modeling agencies or campus scouts on fresh faces and yeah, okay, so here it is. This is on Reddit. In a phone interview with Whitney Webb, Maria Barber says that Donald's first wife, Ivana, used to go recruiting nubiles, aka schoolgirls, for Epstein. Exactly. I knew I'd heard this somewhere. This video is no longer available because YouTube account associated with the videos has been terminated. Okay, so there's something to this. At least if you look on the Reddit Epstein subreddit, it says, in a phone interview with Whitney Webb, Maria Barber said that Donald Trump's first wife, Ivana, used to go recruiting nubiles, aka schoolgirls, for Epstein. That's exactly what I just said. Oh, it says this link doesn't work for me, but I found it here. Let's see if this works. Nope, that one's fucking taken down too. Video unavailable. Anybody got a mirror one? Here's another one. This video's been taken down. Okay. The video, let's see here. So I can't get that video back, but look, I don't know what happened. I'm just telling you what it says on the internet. And it says that Ivana Trump recruited schoolgirls for Epstein. Was that true? I don't know, dog. I wasn't there. I'm just telling you what the internet said. says, in a phone interview with Whitney Webb, Maria Farmer said that Donald's first wife, Ivana, used to go recruiting evals, aka schoolgirls, for Epstein. Hey, you're whatever you just did with your mic, it did that thing again. So you got some issue with the mic. I don't. Oh, never mind. Okay. No, you're good. So, look, I don't know. I wasn't there. But I can tell you that there's a lot of fucking evidence here that they all ran in the same circle. They're literally, they're at parties together. If you ask me people with whom I've been to parties, they can tell you every fucking thing about me. They can tell you if I hooked up with a chick that night. They can tell you if I got blown that night. They can tell you if we went out for where we went out. They can tell you every single fucking thing that we did. That's how friends are. It's just how it is. And if you were to look at pictures of my friends from those times, they would look just like Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, because those guys were friends. You can look up you can look up all of that. I can tell you that you can look up Carnegie's mind. Is the quote that I take about the situation. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. He even said he liked beautiful women. He liked many of them on the younger side. And then, look, you're asking all the questions that literally like 90% of these are answered in the interview. Just watch that interview. She'll talk about the party. She'll talk about how they were recruited and all that. I mean, I wasn't there. This woman was. Listen to the woman who was there. She'll answer your questions, and then anything that you still have a question about. Get that specific. Just a moment. I can tell you every fucking. I can tell. Hold on. I can't think of this motherfucker's name. It's like Wexford. Anyway, what is his name? I want to get his name, but it's escaping me. The owner of Victoria's Secret and Gap and Lex Wexner. I didn't have to look at it. So if you want to know where Epstein got his money, it's Lex Wexner. What's your next question? He was able to rent Lex Wexner's Fifth Avenue apartment for $1 a year. What's your next question? I did. It's known as Katie Johnson's testimony. Listen to it. She'll tell you all of this guy's fetishes. She'll tell you exactly what. This is what would happen. This is what you want to hear. You want me to say it, and I want her to say it. She says that whenever anybody would have sex under Jeffrey Epstein, immediately the girl would come to Jeffrey Epstein and tell Jeffrey Epstein every single thing that this guy liked, all of his fetishes, all of his kinks, and everything. And all of this was meticulously recorded. But listen to her. You're saying to me, and I get it. Tell me all the most interesting stuff that you know about this situation. I've basically given you the breakdown. If you want all of the most specific things, Watch the woman's video. She was there. I'm a second-hand source. She's a primary source. Never met the man. I don't know anything about him. Everything I've told you is what I know about him. I know a little bit more. I know perhaps more about Elaine than I know about him. But I know more about those two than I want to know. I don't really like talking about them because, frankly, I think they did a lot of terrible, corrupt things to people. And if you want all of the enticing details, it's like Keith Johnson's. I know, but I don't understand what, you tell me all the stuff you know about when I'm saying this. Listen to me. Why don't you? Okay. That's your question. Tell me all the cool shit you know about him. Not cool, some of the most interesting stuff. The stuff that's really interesting to me is like what he would do with the information that he found out about this thing. Because basically he just kept a really long list of people's professions and tips and stuff and was able to use that. And for political gain, for different opportunities, for to sit on different positions in the boards of directors. Welcome, Frosty. How are you doing? What's going on with you? Yeah, last time we talked to you was in the hospital. What's up? How are you feeling, Frosty? You Did you say your dad was at the hospital? Oh, catheter? How have you been living? How have you been holding up? Right around you said the house. What's the landscape going? You don't like old school RuneScape? You were obsessed with it. Well, how are things in the other parts you like then? Are you still writing articles? What did you do? Have you been watching? Have you been watching X streamer X Savage? X Savage. Oh, what is it? Have you been watching it? Yeah, thank you. Have you been watching X Savage? X? That's true. I saw somebody call him out the other day on Reddit saying that he uses bots, and I came in and said everybody uses bots. Oh, you know. Cascade Ross. He's doing okay. I understand. So what else is good in your life? It's been a long time since you've had the chance to talk to you. What else is good? What has happened a few days ago? Yeah, but I have very bad vision, so I have cataracts and I have fluid and I have good vision. But I don't think I'm the best judge of that. Like, do I notice any changes in the energy of the universe? How have you been doing any exercising or any physical exercise? Okay. Now, what happened with old school RuneScape? You were like the biggest fan of old school RuneScape ever. Yeah, no, I understand that. There's no there's no direct feedback that you're getting basically. You want some gamification, you want some you don't have to wait too long. Well, are there any other games that you've been playing? Is that is that a winner? Is that a winner, Mortal Online 2? Okay, tell me about it. Okay, that actually sounds like a really fun game. Is it historical? So is it historical or does it have like fantasy elements? Do you think it's fun? Perhaps. Is that is that what you think you're gonna do? All right. Hey, Preston, did you watch my interview on Take with Ori where he said that he's gonna start paying people to stream or to watch? Did you see that? Did you see the interview? Yeah. Oh wow. Can you use an auto clicker for that? All right. Wow. So how many surveys do you have to do to get $10? Wow, that's pretty incredible. It seems that way. I'm in. I'm in agreement on that. Okay. Well, Frosty, what's going on? Right there. Did you watch that? Did you watch that interview yet? Oh, no, no, no. Why do people do this? I wouldn't tell you something that isn't fucking dynamite. That 30 minutes of your time is well spent. Don't watch comments. Don't get any kind of like, Riser. It's insulting. What isn't insulting to me is when I tell you to do something and you do it, and then if you do it, it's like, oh fuck, now we're on the same level of discussion. But until then, I'm gonna be higher than you are. I've read the comments. I know everything that fucking is said on there. But you haven't. You like refuse to watch the real thing. Now you're talking. I'm watching alongside you. I got 29 minutes to just hear about this. Bravo to Kaiser, everyone. she's, I don't know how many times it happened, but she's 13. So, I mean, I've been 13, and I figured now he's never in that situation, but I can see how all right, well, maybe this is part of she's saying that she was confused there.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to confirm I just caught up there, like,
Yeah, I'm going to get to her benefit of that one girl. She's 13. She's a virgin. She thinks she's there for modeling. She said she knew that this went on in the world, but she didn't think that's why she was there. I understand. They didn't have the internet when this was happening. This woman did this when the internet did not exist. So there wasn't like like that actually makes a lot more sense to me now. If you were where there was no porn, she'd never seen a naked man. She'd never seen anything. All of like when you were born around that time was perhaps around the time.
this from like suicide, but he still talks about it
No, not like that. No, I don't think you understand the world that guys were still slapping girls on the behind at the office and putting their hands on girls and you know that was the that was really at least until the late '90s when really we had more feminism where people would stand up for other people. But in the mid '90s and the early '90s, a 13-year-old girl was such a power player. He's a billionaire. Who are you going to tell? Who's going to believe you? No newspaper is going to believe you. And now keep this in mind. No one had ever said anything bad about Donald Trump up until that point. So, like, she would have been totally alone. But I see what you're saying too. Even though I'm not, you would at least, I think I would say to my parents, hey, you know how supposedly been doing these modeling dates? Well, here's what happened. And, you know, my dad would be ready to kill the man who took advantage of me. And that's just basically how it would go down. But I don't know everything that happened in her life. Maybe she doesn't have a father figure. Maybe she doesn't have a mother figure. I don't know. I don't know anything about this woman except we've heard seeing this. But I'm willing to give you the benefit of that. She's 13 years old. She didn't know the industry. This was in the 1990s. There was no internet. She just basically was trying to get a modeling career. This is the way that you were told to do it.
I will say that positive that he did not talk to I think that out there is like the card is not obviously
And let's talk about this for a second. Let's talk about this for a second. She did not have sex the first time. She just gave him a hand. So maybe she thought that was her initiation, and there would be no sex. That's an excellent point I think I'm making. Basically, why wouldn't you go back? I know that she had to give a guy a hand job. So what? Whatever. It's not like they raped her. It's not like they had sex with her. It was only that would happen the second time. And then once that, she stopped. So she did do what you said. It was just after she really knew that there was nowhere to go. Exactly. But it's an excellent point.
but yeah, she went back spent more time but
And so that's a valid point too. I think that especially people that aren't taking into account. I honestly I thought this happened much more recent than it did. I didn't know it was in the 90s. I've seen this at least one other time. But the fact that I know it happened in the 90s tells me that basically anyone who was like, I don't think you could say this, anyone who was like 10 years old in the 90s, or maybe 20 years old in the 90s, was like as smart as a 10-year-old in the 2000s, just because of the internet. The internet so much for society to advance people, but it's not like she could just sit there and Google like what is sexual assault. Sexual assault wasn't even a word that was used until the 21st century very much. They would call it rape, or they would call it molestation, but like sexual assault. This is a good question. When was sexual assault? I'm sure it was used in like the 1960s or something, but when was it like really? When was the term sexual assault used commonly? Yeah, I'm exactly right. In the early 2000s, particularly under the Sex Offenses Act 2003 that came into force in 2004 in the United Kingdom. The legislation replaced the term indecent assault with sexual assault. So even like the term sexual assault wasn't even a term when this happened to the show. So what I'm saying is, and I think we're in agreement here, but I just want to make sure that we understand that like even the term sexual assault. Yeah, and think about the person who's helping her like her mentor or whatever, and she's trusting that person, and she's telling her, yeah, that's just how the business. It's an excellent point, though. Hey, if you're 13, you're smart enough to figure these out. But a 13-year-old in 2024 is a lot different than a 13-year-old in 1995 or whatever. Excellent.
I've also about
Oh no, that, everything I know. Don't want to know. Don't let him. And now you know why I don't get into politics. It's a sad story. And isn't that amazing that you've never heard this fucking story? You heard this other bitch's story from fucking this Bergdorf Goodman when she can't even say like what store it was, or she doesn't remember that didn't remember the date. This woman didn't know the year. She just said that it happened. And they're gonna fucking sentence him after the election. But yet you never hear this woman's story. This is a flat out rape multiple times. That one, I don't even know what that one was. I just think it's confusing and sad and disgusting that this woman's story isn't known. If anything, it should be known, but then she should get sued, perhaps for slander. But she's not being sued for slander. Nobody wants to talk about this woman's story. Isn't it fucking amazing that you know everything about American politics? Not just you, but anyone else who is really in the Western world, except this woman's story. No one knows this woman's story. I think it's fucking unbelievable that we know so much about these candidates. We know whether they work for McDonald's or whether, but we don't know that there are legitimate rape accusations against some of them that have never been brought to light. I just think it's unfortunate. It's actually easier. It's easier to elect someone with an awful history. Because all you have to say to that person is that if you don't do what we say, we are going to publicize all this bad stuff about you. And the people do exactly what you want every single time. I mean, let's put it this way, Riser. I invite you to Rabbi's. Because they don't let them run for president if they don't. They only put people in the position. But right now, Riser, I don't control you. You can do whatever you want. But if you came over to a hotel that I was hosting a party, and we had Victoria's Secret angels there with models, and then all of a sudden those Victoria's Secret models started to leave, and we brought in, like, not that I would do this, but I'm saying this is just for educational purposes. And we brought in people who should not have been there. And we say to you, if you want to join our club, Riser, you're going to have sex with us. Let's say it's people who are consenting, but let's just say it's a dude, or let's say it's just a really ugly chick, or whatever we want to do to be able to get dirt on. And so you're like, look, if I stick my dick in this ugly chick, I'm gonna be made a congressman, or I'm gonna be made a senator. Okay, I'll do it. And then they do it, and then they don't realize that shit's on camera. And 30, 40, 50 years later, this shit is still being used to blackmail them. I've heard this before, that the most powerful weapon on earth is not an atomic weapon, it's a sex tape. Because a sex tape of a politician with a child. Because that means that you can have that politician do anything that you want. Yep. Absolutely. They do anything possible to ensure that that way that I heard that it happened at the Diddy parties is it would be a normal party that would be like MTV would be there, they would have all kinds of cameras and paparazzi, and then all of a sudden about like 1 or 2 in the morning, all of the A-list celebrities who didn't want to be there anymore, your Will Smiths and your other people perhaps got the fuck out. And other people had terrible sacrifices that happened. Um, what do you know the implications of who's there is essentially a contributor to a very massive criminal ring. And that's just how it goes.
How could I like give my wait?
Not like you want. Not like you want. You want, you know what, here's what they really want to do. You know what would be really nice is if you had someone with the ability and you come out and say, look, here's who's guilty and we're going to follow this criminal ring and we're going to prosecute it all the way to the top. Yeah, that's what you want someone to say when they don't realize that every single level of people all the way at the top is more corrupt than the ones before them. And so they just take out that prosecutor and kill his family, kill his wife, or kill him. Then it's done. And who's gonna say anything if you're able to kill him with a heart attack gun? Literally a gun that the church committee in the 1970s disclosed to the United States public and hasn't ever been discussed ever since. But that the CIA in the 1970s had a gun that was called the heart attack gun. Kill someone using a dart that was untraceable to the skin because it would use perhaps a frozen bullet. So basically, a frozen bullet pierces the skin, so it doesn't leave any more than a really small mark that would never be found in an autopsy, and it puts a chemical inside that can cause a heart attack. This was declassified before I was even born. Who's to say that they don't use it? Yes, you can. The idea is not. They did it before I was even born. So, please tell me everything you know about the church committee and its declassification of the heart attack. Please tell me everything that you know about the church committee and the heart attack and person. The church committee was a U.S. Senate Select Committee formed in 1975 to investigate abuse of sexual intelligence agency, National Security Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and other agencies. The committee was chaired by Senator Frank Church and conducted extensively and extensive investigations into corporate operations, surveillance, and assassination plots. During the church committee's hearing, Senator Church displayed a CIA-developed weapon known as the heart attack gun or dart gun. This device fired a small, frozen dart covered with a toxic substance, typically a shellfish toxin, designed to create a heart attack when injected into a target body. The dart was designed to penetrate clothing and leave no visible evidence, making it a potential tool for undetectable assassination. Happens all the time. People who look into voter fraud die in plane crashes. I've known of 2 plane crashes that happened to people who are looking into voter fraud. One took place in Ohio, one took place in Hawaii. And the woman in Hawaii, well, actually, the one in Hawaii was a little different. That woman was looking into Obama's birthplace, and she had a plane crash, and she live streamed it. This is the most incredible fucking footage I've ever seen. A woman who live streams a fucking plane crash and is literally getting out of the plane with a fucking phone. It's in the middle of the plane's in the middle of the fucking ocean. I have to show you this. This is the most crazy fucking.
That's like exactly
What is the story about the lady from Hawaii who live streamed a plane crash, and she was also like the director of the Hawaii Department of Health? Okay, Loretta Fuddy, director of Hawaii Department of Health and fatal plane crash victim. Loretta Fuddy was the director of Hawaii Department of Health in 2011 until her untimely death in a plane crash in December 2011, on December 11, 2013. She was the only fatality among the 9 people on board. Here's that the one person, the Department of Health lady, the lady who's in charge of this investigation, she's the only one who died. The Cessna Grand Caravan aircraft carrying 20 footage took off from Kalua Papa Airport and crashed shortly after departure. The exact cause of the crash remains. The live stream from inside the cabin captured the terrifying moments leading up to the crash, but it did not show the actual impact. Okay, so it shows us, like, I've never seen a live stream of a fucking plane crash before. But this bitch, somebody in this plane died. I remember seeing it, and I remember saying, wait, this is so fucked up. This lady is the lady who's doing the investigation, and she just had a plane crash, and it was live streamed? This is in 2011, dog. This isn't 2024 live stream. Like, 2011 live streaming is so difficult from a but its role as director of health is significant because she was responsible for verifying and releasing official documents, including President Barack Obama's birth certificate. Her involvement in the process was widely reported. So, yeah, I mean, she died. And so you're like, what are the odds? Like, dude, this shit happens all the time. So we're, what are the odds that an average prosecutor would die during their term of a heart attack? Okay, so comparison to average people, average prosecutors, assuming the average age of prosecutors is similar to general population, you can infer that a heart attack risk might be higher than a general population due to stress pressure associated with, however, without specific data on prosecutors. So it's like a conservative estimate says 2 to 5% chance of dying from a heart attack during their term. And that's just, I'll tell you the big one. If you really want to know, it's not prosecutors dying the big issue. It is doctors dying. You're like, what do you mean doctors dying? I don't ever hear about that. Yeah, doctors. You don't have your ear to the fucking ground. You put your ear to the ground and you find out how many holistic doctors just randomly fucking died before 2020, when like there would have been a bunch of people who would go, hey, this is absolutely fucking ridiculous. But none of them, they all died. I remember somebody was keeping a list. It was over 100 holistic doctors, all really healthy people. Died. Let me look at this. What was this that was reported? A bunch of holistic doctors died mysteriously before the year 2020. Based on, between 2015 and 2016, at least 34 holistic doctors died or went missing under suspicious circumstances. The exact numbers are unclear, as some results vary. The deaths are characterized as mysterious. Like, who characterizes the fucking death as mysterious? We literally, in history, go back through archaeology and find out when people died and how they died. What, like, and you're telling me that we can tell when people died hundreds of years ago. But yet, people today, it's like really different. And we'll get into this about coroners in the United States. Okay, the exact numbers are unclear, and some reports, right? The deaths were mysterious. Anyway, so then it names a bunch of them. Dr. Jeff Bradstreet found dead with a gunshot wound to the chest in a river. Initially ruled as a suicide, but later confirmed as murder. Dr. Bruce Hedderall found dead in his car with no clear cause of death. Dr. Teresa Ann Sievers murdered in her home. Dr. Baron Barenfold found dead with some reports suggesting a shocking cause of death that cannot be confirmed. Dr. Ron Schwartz murdered in his office. Dr. Nicholas Gonzalez found dead with no clear cause of death. Dr. Dr. Lisa Riley found dead with no clear cause of death. These doctors were often, this is absolutely right. They were connected with the state of Florida. They were connected to Florida, and some have been rated by the FDA or faced controversy for their treatment methods. The exact reasons for the deaths remain unclear, and many families and colleagues believe they were murdered due to their unconventional practices and controversial therapies. The documentary is reportedly being made to shed more light on the mysterious deaths, and a timeline of 34 doctors' deaths was shared by Aaron Elizabeth and Health News. However, the search did not provide a definitive explanation of the death of or a single unified theory. Now, that's just what AI is telling us. This one, okay, so here's another, this is an article. Recently, Aaron Elizabeth from Health News wrote up an expose on the past year's findings concerning the many disappearances of holistic doctors. They should not aware that confusion conundrum first began when Dr. Bradstreet was found dead exactly 1 year ago, yes, on Father's Day in the U.S. The noted autism doctor, researcher, and parent was found in the river with a gunshot wound. While authorities at first thought his death was the result of suicide, it has since been confirmed that Dr. Bradstreet and that the wound was not self-inflicted. His family, like families and many other missing and dead naturopathic practitioners and doctors, believe that he was murdered for using commercial controversial therapies. According to Elizabeth, nearly 50 doctors have now died or gone missing. Now, she's saying 50, the other AI said 30. But I'm telling you, I said from like 2015 to 2020, they're only doing a couple of years now. But it's still very, very strange. It's very strange because if you look in the normal world, the incidence of random deaths is not similar in mainstream doctors. According to Elizabeth, nearly 50 doctors have died of mismanaged circumstances. This riveting finding has resulted in some exposure on the topic, including articles by the New York Times. They have network affiliates such as Guinness, Fox, but the whole story, for many threads connecting the various murders is happening. And what they'll do is they'll do a little piece on one of the people dying in the local news. But not that, hey, did you know all the people in this person's line of work are getting killed off? For this reason, the activists took to the internet today on the 1 year anniversary of the first mysterious deaths to express how serious the concern these events are. Right now in the United States, consumers are not being told that they are being told they are not enough and that they must purchase more items on credit. The high fat, high sugar foods take prescription pills they cannot afford and buy into the fear mongering propaganda that affect America perceived to be one of the most developed nations in the world, so smart healthcare than any other affluent nation, yet still has the worst state of health as a collective. Many suspect this is because of a small elite that controls the majority of corporations and media. Independent government, unhealthy ideals are being pushed on the public for the sake of profit. In fact, the push of one Berkeley doctor, conventional treatments for consumption are listed and foregoing treatment this way. Of course, if the public knew that eating healthcare can exercise positive thoughts, simplifying their life, and letting go toxic people in situations that dramatically transform their life, the world would be in a much different place. It seems that healthcare practitioners that promote the idea that every individual can be the conducted by taking responsibility for their own health rather than going through every single symptom. Argument as they are going against a system which is built on option. Nearly 50 doctors have been found dead within the past year. What's right? And this, of course, is important. Or at least what's Elizabeth's findings have to do, or at least that's what Elizabeth's findings have to do. The activist attention on the topic may have earned her Howard's death threats, but their efforts have paid off. Documentaries that should be made that highlight that's more information on the topic from the What was a detailed timeline of 34 doctors' deaths within last year will let you judge for whether it is not. It does have to. Why 34 is a doctor, with a list of doctors who diagnosed Tuesday around 2016, all from the state, all practicing in the state of Florida. Yeah. So it says that they all had connections. What is it about Florida? Well, if you know how the United States works, essentially, California is basically its own country and creates many rules for itself and its doctors, and it's very difficult to practice any kind of holistic medicine in this state. Florida is a little bit more conservative than California is, and also Florida has per capita some of the highest amounts of doctors because we have so many senior citizens in Florida, and also Florida is a place for wealthy individuals. It does not have a state income tax, so it is seen as very attractive for people, particularly of high net worth, high. Um, Good question. One of like 7 states that don't have one, and they have a corporate tax that they can make their own tax. That's fine. How does a state like Florida generate income without a state income tax? I can tell you, like Nevada does it for gaming. Florida's tax revenue, sales tax. Florida has a significant portion of general revenue from sales tax collections, property taxes, highway tolls, state university tuition, documentary stamp taxes. So Florida imposes a tax on certain documents such as deeds, mortgages, and land sales, which generate additional revenue. Insurance taxes, corporate income taxes. So probably sales tax. But like, it's not. If you really know how the fucking system works, it's most of the money that comes in actually pays interest. It doesn't. It pays interest on what like a state or country has already borrowed, so it doesn't even go to their budgetary items. Oh, you don't know? Like Las Vegas is like the really it's called vision. Yeah. I understand. I understand. It's called the gaming industry. It's also called gambling, but to kind of make it sound nicer, it's called the gaming industry. Let me see. What is the gaming industry? So hold on a second. Where's the gaming industry? So even in like Nevada, it's called the Gaming Control Board. It's gaming.nv.gov. It's called the Nevada Gaming Control Board. So they don't call it gambling; they call it gaming. Yeah, I mean, it's called the American Gaming Association because the idea of gambling is just it's negative. You're gambling your life away. So they call it gaming. Yeah, but I get what you're saying, and until you said it, I mean, it makes complete sense to me. Why you would think that the gaming industry is like Call of Duty. Exactly what you said. Xbox Live. Right now.
Like a Fortnite player.
Being that you don't have a state income tax anymore. Maybe someday. But no, it's all of the additional revenue that came from the gambling. But I completely get how that's very, very very confusing. And perhaps in the future, well, there could be this. They want those two worlds to mesh. And I think in the future they will. Where it won't be like you have gambling machines and then gaming machines. It'll be like the same. And you can gamble on one. But this is one that has been studied incredibly in depth because the gaming companies are the slot machine manufacturers and the table companies, the people who own the casino do a lot of testing on how to make the machine as attractive as possible. So what makes a machine attractive? Lighting, sounds, flashing, very quick movements. All of those things make it very. One of the things that make it attractive are um, seeing logos with which they have familiarity. So, for instance, like Ellen DeGeneres had an entire line of MGM brand slot machines. She just gave her likeness to MGM brand, and they put out a line of slot machines. And when we walk by the slot machines, oh, I know Ellen. I'll take a time. I'm a fan of Ellen. I'll go and sit and throw some money in the machine, and it's there to hypnotize you. They have a very comfortable seat for you, so that you want to sit down, and they make it very easy to put the coins in, and all you have to do is press buttons. It's all very, they do it to make it best. I got you. So that changes things. That changes things. It changes the kind of game. There are games of luck, and there are games of skill. When you start getting the games of skill, that's when it's no longer considered gambling. Let's look at this exactly. But then it just becomes like recreation. What is the difference between games of luck versus games of skill? Game of chance. So games of chance, also known as games of luck or games of luck. Outcome is largely determined by randomized dice cards spinning wheels for chance events. Players' decisions or actions have little to no impact on the outcome. Example, snakes and ladders, roulette, slot machines, the most traditional games of skill. The outcome is largely determined by a player's mental or physical abilities, such as strategy, tactics, or players' decisions and actions significantly influence outcome. Examples: poker, bridge, chess, esports, video games. Many tabletop games that require strategy and skill. The indicators of being a game of skill and outcome can be improved with practice and experience. Players can develop strategies and techniques to increase their chance. The game requires mental or physical abilities such as problem-solving, pattern recognition, and hand-eye coordination. So what we have here in most casinos in the United States, at least in Las Vegas, is a combination of both. You have a game of skill, which is poker, then poker games, then you have games of chance, which are lottery. Now, what I think you're saying is those games are boring, Rabbi. Why can't we just have fun gambling, right? Okay, exactly. People can get good at those, and then the house doesn't always win. The house wants to always win. So we don't want people who have more skill to do better.
They already have that. I think let's compare games can also
They already have it in poker. Okay, it's in value. And you're just saying they can make them more fun. And I think that that's true. Okay. So
how do you get a centralized business throwing an object
Yes, it does. In craps. Yeah, but they don't make it huge money. Where they make unless they make money on machines and table games, but they don't make a lot of money on poker. My knowledge, because you're winning it amongst each other. They might make a little bit for sponsoring it. Let's look this up. I don't know. I don't know what the average casino. On average, please provide the breakdown of how much a casino makes on each table game. Include poker as a game of chance. Include slot machines. Include as a game. On average, what percentage of a casino's profit is made on what games? Please provide a breakdown, including games of skill like poker and games of chance like. Okay, so games of chance, low skill and no skill. Slot 60 to 70% of casino profits, average theoretical RTP of 95% with a significant portion of revenue coming from progressive jackpots. Video poker with unfavorable pay paper. 5 to 10% of casino profits, that's still a machine level, it's video poker. And roulette, okay, so it looks like 60 to 70% are slots. Video poker, which is still a machine, is 5 to 10%. Roulette is like 5 to 10%. Games of skill, so they consider blackjack a game of skill with basic strategy. 5 to 10% of casino profit. Ultimate Texas Hold'em is 2 to 5% of casino profits. House Edge around 2.2% with opportunity for skilled players to reduce edge. Caribbean Stud Poker 1 to 3%. Other games, craps from 1 to 3, baccarat is 1 to 2. Okay. It looks like they make most of their shit on slots and that kind of stuff. Now you're saying, let's just ask the question: why don't casinos have fun games like here? Why don't casinos have fun games like Call of Duty, Minecraft, and Fortnite that you can gamble on? Isn't that the question you want?
I mean, out of it, suggesting like Fortnite games, but or are that football.
Okay, we'll ask it that. Why don't casinos have more fun games? As a, especially in the modern age, currently they use very simple games like cards or balls or dice. Why don't they use more advanced modern?
I think it's
Casinos have traditionally stuck with proven simple games like cards, balls, and dice because they are easy to understand, operate, and maintain. These classic games have been refined over centuries, and their rules and odds are well established. Casinos have a risk game with consistent and predictable revenue stream, which these traditional games provide. Risk management and regulation. Casinos operate under strict regulations and must ensure that the games are fair and transparent. Introducing complex modern technology could increase the risk of technical issues, cheating, or disputes. Regulators and auditors would need to thoroughly vet and certify these new games, which could be time-consuming and a costly process. Player preferences and expectations. Casinos cater to a broad audience, including those who prefer traditional games. Introducing radically new, complex games might alienate some players who prefer the familiarity of classic games. Casinos must balance innovation with maintaining a welcoming atmosphere for all patrons. Cost of maintenance, implementing advanced techniques would require significant investments in infrastructure, training, and maintenance. Casinos would need need to ensure that these new systems are reliable, secure, and easy to operate. Why some casinos experiment with new games? Despite these challenges, some casinos do experiment with new games and challenges. And new games and technologies. For example, skill-based games like those featuring video games and mechanics have been introduced to some casinos. These games aim to attract a younger demographic and provide an alternative to traditional slots and table games. In answer to your question, Riser, or just the point, it seems like these are very predictable, but it seems like they're having to change as a younger demographic doesn't find as much interest. I can tell you that I don't. Yeah. I think we have two different worlds of a gambler. Riser or Cross, you're thinking of the old traditional world of gambling, which I understand. But there's a new world of gambling that is gambling available right here on your phone, anywhere you want, at the push of a button, and it's becoming much more mainstream in the United States than it once was. It doesn't have the same kind of negative connotations that it once did, and it's, in my opinion, because the gambling companies have influenced advertising enough and influenced politicians enough to start changing the laws so that, at least in the United States and most states, there's the ability to do some type of gambling. Not everything, but something. So it's changing. Betting is this. Fantasy football. Well, wait, to bet on it with money? Yeah, there are states. This changes. I used to be able to tell you this most of my life. The only two places in the United States you could really bet anywhere were Atlantic City and uh, Las Vegas. That has changed now, though, with the adoption of. There was a there was a Supreme Court case that made it illegal, and that was changed around the mid 2010s, and that changed everything. So yeah, just one. What was the Supreme Court case that made sports gambling legal nationwide? It was Murphy versus the NCAA, which happened in 2018. So, what this was is 7-2 ruling in the favor of New Jersey, striking down um, the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act of 1992. This federal law had prohibited states from authorizing sports betting except for Nevada, Oregon, and Illinois. The court held that passport provision prohibiting state authorization of sports gambling scheme violates the anti-command rule, which prohibits Congress from directing states to enforce federal laws or regulations. The court also ruled that passport provision prohibiting state licensing of sports gambling also violates the anti-command rule. So before 2018, you couldn't bet on sports anywhere in the United States except 4 states. Yeah, so it's still new. Good. In fact, even still, I can place a bet on sport in California. It's illegal. And retail sports books, online sports books are illegal. Daily fantasy sports is legal. Betting on horse racing is legal. Esports betting is not legal. Tribal casinos, there's 66 tribal casinos operating in California, but sports betting is not legal. So when you go to a tribal casino in California, they have some only have card table, but generally they have. Well, I shouldn't say. In LA, they have card. They have card rooms, which are interesting. They're rooms where uh, there are no machines. Everything is done on cards, just like a big card room. And there are still 4 or 5 things that still exist in Los Angeles. Um, then they have the tribal areas, which are for indigenous people. And um, they have, my knowledge, they have machines, and they have. Let me look this up. I don't actually gamble. I, I just, I don't. The only time I ever gamble is about that. What games do they have? Not that good, but many years ago, I turned $20 into 2,600. What games do they have? There's a reason why they don't have something at tribal casinos that do have Las Vegas. Actually, let me look at that. What games do they have in Las Vegas that they don't have at tribal casinos? Oh, it's got to be sports betting. Sports betting is the big one. Okay, Vegas games not found anywhere else. Based on, here are some differences offered at the tribal casinos. Related craps, many tribal casinos do not offer related craps due to the compact wording. Due to compact wording for prohibitions of practice Las Vegas, casinos typically have these games available poker. While some travel casinos have poker, the variety of games may be limited compared to Las Vegas. Electronic gaming machine travel casinos in Nevada, like the Mohegan Sun in Las Vegas, may have Class 2 slots controlled by a central computer, whereas Las Vegas casinos have Class 3 slots with random number generated. The difference affects the gameplay and hands. Table games, Las Vegas casinos typically offer a broader range of table games, including background, tick roll, high down, which may not be. They don't mention this in there, but sport. So, but they do have a weird thing where some of the tribes own Las Vegas casinos and own California. So one of them is Las Vegas. The one that I know, Palms Casino, is owned by the Stanman Band of Michigan. And so they have a weird thing where you can go to their casino. It's called I because I renamed them. I think They just renamed it. Hold on. They did this like within the last 5 years. What casino did they rename to be Yama Bar? Oh yes, San Juan Manuel Casino, Highland. It's called Yama Bar Resort and Casino at San Juan. The name change was announced September 24th, 2021. So it used to just be called San Manuel Casino. Basically, what I'm saying is like there is an indigenous tribe that has a casino in California, but they also have one in Las Vegas as well. And they're basically playing both sides of the state laws. Basically, in California, they get an exemption because of the indigenous rights, and they're able to have a casino in California. But everything that you can't do in California, you can do at their casino in the Palms Resort. Oh, here's the interesting one. You can gain points at their casino in California or to use in Las Vegas, which I think is interesting. Like, basically, if you do a bunch of gambling at a casino in one state, you can use the points that you gain in another state, and that other state may have games that the first state didn't have, and you might be able to use your points in another state on a game that's illegal in the first state. Oh, dude, totally weird. And why is it that you have to be indigenous? No one else gets that. I get it. It's just confusing to me. And let's look this one up. Look, what the American government did to indigenous people is not cool. It's just very strange that, like, all right, we slaughter all of your people. Now you get casino. Like, of all the things you can have anything, but it's a casino. Let's look it up. Why is it that indigenous people have opportunity to start casinos, but other people don't? It has to do with the sovereignty of the land. Based on the provided cues, here's a breakdown. Tribal sovereignty. Native American reservations have sovereign territories exempt from state laws that prohibit gambling. The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988 codified this sovereignty allowing tribes to operate casinos on the reservation as long as they negotiate compacts with the state and meet federal regulations. Federal recognition of the U.S. government recognizes specific tribes and sovereign nations granting them the authority to govern the settlement. Historical context, the Cabazon Bank made a decision over bingo and poker house on the reservation. Despite California's anti-gambling laws, led to a series of court cases that ultimately established tribal sovereignty. But basically, it's just weird, though. Like, you can't say, like, all right, we want to make some other weird shit. Like, or maybe you can. I don't know. Let's ask. What's a weird thing? Like nuclear power. Because a native indigenous people has supremacy over the territory, could they perhaps create a nuclear power plant on their land and not have any regulations from federal government? Tribal nuclear plant. Because you know what? As we're talking about this, I'm sure this has been thought of before, but this would actually be the most brilliant fucking things these people could do is have unlimited energy. Who gives a shit about these games? Unlimited energy is where it's at. Here we go. Based on the provided search results, it's essential to clarify that native indigenous people's sovereignty over their territories is complex and nuanced issue. While some indigenous nations may have inherent rights of self-governance and unity, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Regarding nuclear power plants, the search results highlight states' restrictions on new nuclear facility construction, including requirements for waste disposal capability photo approval. These regulations would likely apply to any nuclear power plant, regardless of the doesn't say they must. And you could have made the same argument that the laws of the state likely apply for gaming or gambling in the 1980s, but the Supreme Court found that they didn't. So what am I saying here? I'm saying that if I were an attorney, I were an indigenous attorney representing a tribe, I would say, look, gaming is fine, that's cool, but let's get our hands on fucking nuclear reactors. If we create a nuclear reactor, because we can use our supremacy to just say, like, we're not required to have anyone re-inspect our nuclear power generators. I would use the same argument that is used for casinos for nuclear energy. And I think that I think it would. Doug, have we already had the conversation on how safe nuclear power is? I just have to ask you this. How many people have ever died from nuclear radiation directly tied to a nuclear event? No, that's an atomic weapon. I'm talking about nuclear energy for power purpose. You think there's been a shitload, but you obviously aren't very well versed on this topic. I have the knowledge. I know the exact fucking number in my head. That's not the question that I asked. Do you know how many health consequences are caused by a coal factory, a coal power plant? Far more than a nuclear power plant. Do you know how many? I'm telling you, look. You're right on that point. But wait, I'm not mitigating. I know what the number is. You don't. I have the fucking knowledge. I'm going to share it with you. And when you hear the number, you're going to say, oh, that's it? It's less. Okay. I'm going to just ram this fucking knowledge right down your throat. Right now, name every nuclear disaster that you can. Go. No, there aren't. Okay, wait. Let's talk about this. Okay, so you don't even know the name of it. It's called 3 Mile Island. How many people died at 3 Mile Island? Doug, stop this. I'm not gonna argue. I've been arguing with you all fucking night over things. And we do the same thing. We fight, and I'm able to eventually wear you down, and then we fucking agree. So let's do the same dance that we always do. 3 Mile, I'll just put it to you this way. I want hard numbers. How many nuclear events have occurred where people have died? You say that there's a bunch, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But I want to hear your bunch. How many? No, you're not even saying the word right. Not even saying the word right. The word that we're talking about. The N-word. Say it again. Yeah, it's nuclear. You don't even know how to say the word, and you're trying to tell me about it.
That's what I said.
You said nuclear 15 times in this conversation. I keep hearing it. It reminds me of George W. Bush every time you do it. It's nuclear. How many nuclear incidents that caused death have ever happened? Because there are few. That's exactly right. And how many people died? Less than 50. Right? Less than 50. So what I'm telling you is that in all of recorded human history, and in the last 80 years of nuclear energy, less than 50 people have ever died. Zero died at 3 Mile Island, which is called 5 Mile Island, which I totally get. I'm just bashing you because I'm being a dick. To be honest with you, I make
5 miles in.
I make I make mistakes like that all the time. So I should really lay off on that one. But just so you know, it's 3 Mile Island. It's Chernobyl. 40 people or so died in Chernobyl, and 1 to 2 died at Fukushima. You can look this up on the Wikipedia. If you look, I'll look it up for you right now. Just
I agree. I agree that modern nuclear is fine.
you keep saying nuclear.
So I
Nuclear.
totally pro nuclear. There should be nuclear nuclear
Sure.
which is what I never said. I said nuclear.
No, let's go back. Hold on. This is why I got the fucking stream, baby.
But indirectly, you just tried
I'm done. Excellent. You have no proof of this. There's absolutely no data that you're using to back this up. I'm backing it up. I'm saying this is how many people died and why. You're saying that there's this pie in the sky radiation that could be affecting us. We don't really know. We can't sense it. In fact, shortly after, hold on, let me say this. Shortly after Fukushima occurred, Elon Musk flew to Japan and ate vegetables that were made straight from the agriculture of the state. Here's what I don't want you to do. Here's what I don't want you to do. And I know, like, you are an advocate of nuclear waste, but you can't be like, oh, there's this boogeyman radiation everywhere. No. If you want to actually measure it, you can. And you'll find that your cell phone has more radiation coming from it than a nuclear power plant. My cell phone causes more radiation to me than any nuclear fallout that occurred at 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, or Fukushima. But it comes down to this. That's less than one person a year dying from unlimited power potential. So I think I could make an argument, an excellent argument, to a local band of indigenous people and say, look, you should use the same strategy that you use with gaming for nuclear energy. I'm not saying that to build a nuclear power plant literally right on top of your houses. If you've ever seen how big some of these native lands are, I don't. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Native land map USA. You say this is like these native. Here, I can tell you this. There are several native tribes lands that are bigger than U.S. states. So, what are they? I don't. Here's the United States native reservation, and it's a lot of it's out west here, and So if I'm like, yeah, I think that you could build a nuclear reactor on your land because it's 300 miles away from your people. But you're asking why we don't have there. There he is. Zoo. Yeah, I did say because it's soccer. Even more easily, yes, because of the regulations. Zoo, are you ready, big dog?
Yeah.
Dog?
Yeah.
We've watched documentaries on rape. We have talked about abortion. We have talked about killer robots. Literally every fucking thing under the sun. Riser has come at me with tonight, just waiting on you. So I am glad that you are here. Are you ready to get your ass whooped?
Yeah.
Excellent. Riser, there you go. We're glad you're here.
Here we go.
We missed you. Riser even called you. Riser, that was a good shot. Why would you do that? This is a hard shot. If Zoo wins this hole, I will be pissed. That was awesome. Yeah, every. This is a good shot. Oh, my finger slipped. Dude, it fucking slips. I'm very fortunate there. Dude, finally I didn't do that bottom fucking move that fucking sucks. Go to the bottom. Oh, that is this could play. It's a pink. That pink, that pink sucks. My finger is really bad on the short cut. All right, you guys are not going to skip anything. what a good shot. Zoot, that was amazing. Dude, that was an amazing shot. You shot 2 shots. Easy putt. Straight in. He's got it. Beautiful. Beautiful putt, too. Ah, oh, maybe that one. Ah, oh, is that close? Easy to water bomb me. Very easy. Very easy to water bomb. Oh, shit. Hilarious. This is very water bomb me and go in the water as well. There you go. Shit. Shit. I didn't want to take out the post for him. You have it. You can take too much shit. Yes, it should have. That was really good. Complete. Here we go. It was uncool. Oh, I feel like when I played it, I think it's the smart one. But there's too big of a risk. That's a good shot. Not you. much that I'm getting nothing. Wow, that was a terrible shot. A terrible decision. You could have just left me with 0 points. But instead, got 1. Thank you. Love this hole. Stop. Stop. I don't think so. Hey, I got this in like 2 last time. Or 3 last time. It's really good. Thanks, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? You took out all this shit. I knew he was gonna fuck it. Yes.
That's a very martial arts skill. That's different from
Yes. Oh, fuck. So you can walk away and win. Don't do it that way. Bounce it off the wall. There you go. So you're running all from it. Go in the water. That's fucking bullshit. Go through. Oh shit. Water. Shit. So Zoot had one. Which is rise or loss. I should have fucking easily won that, and I would. Fuck this one. Oh, what a good shot. I think that's the move. If you can do it, I just did. Except I don't. There's just so much shit. Dude, this has water bumpering all over it. And then I'm gonna water bump rise it. That's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful. That's oh what? Stop. No, I didn't. I didn't fuck up at all. Oh my god. What would have been that? Oh, I fucked up. Bullshit. This is my hole. Riser, this is my hole. Great shot. Dude, that's gonna be awful. Wouldn't it be something if do you see the trees right next to the tree? What if there was a hole under there? Are you fucking serious? Wow, Riser's gonna fucking perfect game. We're back. Are you fucking serious? Suck my balls. Fuck. I'm normally really fucking good at this hole. You're right about that. You're right about that. Unprecedented. I have an amazing shot coming out.
I said just every day, you know, this is how you know. Rise up. You're fucking.
Am I a fuck or am I gonna miss? Which one is it? Hit his ball, dog. It's your only chance. That's not the shot. That's the worst shot. Terrible. I love it. I fucking love it. Because he's hilarious. Because he's hilarious. Now make it. No fucking way. No fucking way. That would have been amazing. Bump it. Bump it. actually made it more difficult for you. Wow, it did work. Thanks, big dog. I love how Zoot has already included himself in this group. All right, all three of us are gonna win. Wait, oh, oh, stay away from him. You're fucking me, dog. Oh, no way. What a perfect shot. Zoot, don't fucking send messages. That should be illegal. Don't send fucking messages. Zoot's sending me fucking messages. It's going right in front of my putty. No, on this fucking game. Watch. He writes, I hate you. He wrote, I hate you. Just as I was putting. Well, you're on a fucking iPad, dog. Alright. Doesn't seem to be helping you right now on this one. I made it in a record 3. Did you guys see I made it in 3 shots? Right. There is, if you saw what I did, there's a certain part of that wall that you can hit that takes you all the way down. That's true. That's true. It is lower than I thought it was. Dude, what I normally do on this one. He has to make it. This is a really tough shot. Really tough. Scale of 1 to 10, this is a 7 or 8 shot. He might get it though. That's a good shot. Perfect. Nice. That was perfect. That was a beautiful shot. And it gave you the points that you needed. Dude, we all suck at this fucking game. But he hit it low. What in the fuck? Show us, dude. Show us your ways. Riser cannot lose. He's got a tough shot now. Yes, I can. I plan on it. I don't. Zoot. Zoot's never gonna win. Fucking it up. Whoa, whoa. If you get my ball, that would seriously affect me. It would seriously affect me. Amazing shot. Amazing shot. I know. So you fucked up. Terrible. Okay, so we're all tied. We all won now. Doug, I actually think that's fucking amazing. I don't know why. I know why they didn't advocate for it because nuclear energy is so much more regulated than gaming. But you can't. Guys, fuck you and your shot. Fuck you and your shot. Zoo, hit my ball. Zoo, hit my ball. Zoo, this is gonna be terrible. Just hit my ball. That's the worst fucking shot. Oh, that fucks. That fucks. Right? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit going. You didn't get a win, and I don't think you're gonna make that shot. Miss. Miss. This is a tough shot. Block him at least. Block him at least. Thank you for the fucking point guard that I didn't deserve. Guys, guys, let's see a shot. Anything. Absolutely. I really like you, Sue, but you're just unpredictable. Except you're very predictable. We just know that it's if the game's on the line, you don't want to. Oh, it's over. You take the L. Oh, get away from the water, dog. Wow. I'm fucked. Dude, go in front of his ball. Go in front of his ball. Amazing shot, though, too. Rises in the water. Dude, don't send messages or I'll don't play with you. That's illegal. No, because it takes up half the fucking screen. It's just Harry Potter Obama side Union. I know what it is. I'm wearing the shirt, baby. Water bump him, Zoo. Water bump him, Zoo. Get in his way. amazing shot. Shot. Well, Rabbi's taking 0. Zoo FTW angle. He's gonna miss. Oh, he got it.
Good point. Yeah, good point. Good point. I should be able to. I'll be right. I was feeling this should be. I'll tell you what I mean. No, no, no. You know what? I decided that I actually want this one because I'm going to do it because it's better.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Yeah. Okay, that one's fine. Sure.
It gives me a good shot. I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't see anybody else not on ice. There you go. That's a good shot.
That was
Dude, let's see your shot. Let's see if you can be better than that.
obviously
Incorrect. You know what better means, don't you?
that was terrible.
I think it's pretty good.
That was nice. Yeah, Rabbi. It's good to shoot his goals.
Dude, nope. Dude, Riser, quit with your bullshit. I don't care. I don't want people fucking communicating with me. I'm very focused. No, I'm very focused. I don't want distractions. I want to watch you fucking. Wow, we all have to watch your doc. That that was a very interesting shot.
You deserve
Do it. Make it. Make it. He went right over the hole. Is this possible?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh,
They were fucking something about it.
I love this person. I love anyone's with these fucking spinning things. Riser's going in the fucking dark ship. No, he's not. That was amazing.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
This is like
that's exactly how you do it. Too hard. Too hard. You could port a ball in this ship. You're in a fight. Nobody cares enough about you. The water gun. Portable. No, he did not. His went through the portal. Everybody else saw it. What do you think of this shot? I'll take this shot. I'll take the shot. It's not that bad. Make it. Make it, take it.
I think it was.
This is a terrible shot. This is guaranteed. What? Guaranteed. What are you doing? Water. Just hit it in the water. Stop. Too hard. Too hard. That would have been amazing. Why wouldn't you try to make it? Like this bitch. Wow, I might not even get 2 points. This paper. Or I might not even get that. Good fucking. Do the same shit, dude. Oh, thank you. Stop. He can make it. He has an almost an easy shot. If he blasts it all the way. Nope. Blast it all the way. You're gonna have to wait on multiple bounces. Guys are everyone hates this. I like that one with all the colors. That's a good shot. That's a 10 out of 10. No, I just hit that. But not 8. I don't think that's true. Dude, I got that one in 3. I got that one in 3 last time. Dude, he's my witness. Yep. I'm not. That's my worst goal because I get so distracted by the play. But nevertheless, I made it in 3 shots. It was 3. I got it through the first one. Oh no, it was 4. I apologize. Zoot is 100%. I think it is 2. I did 1 through 2 in the clip, 3. Oh no, that's what we said. Zoot. Remember you said that after seeing how my last shot went on that hole, it is possible to do it in 3. I did not. That is an amazing shot. Right. Worst shot ever. John Dick, how you living, fam? How you living, baby? Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every day's a treat. What's good in your neck of the woods? Absolutely. So you know about all this stuff. You know it. Hey, did you see my recent interviews? Did Did you see my recent interviews?
Yeah.
No, not podcast. This is my John Dick. All right.
I do it for Twitter.
He goes way back. This is like one of my we even know in the list of the richest people in the world, it's a toss-up between John Dick and John Appleton. Who's going to be the third richest person? The second richest, I'm going to be the richest. The second richest person is whatever person makes me go viral, and the third is between John Dick and John Appleton, and then the fourth is the other one, John Dick and John Appleton, and the fifth is Priscilla, our friend from UC Berkeley. Oh, next year, who gives a shit about next year? We talk about life extension technology in this hood, baby. We're living long time. Doug, allegedly, the lifetime of the universe is 60 billion years. We're only 12 billion years into this bitch, which leaves us with 48 billion years to do whatever the fuck we want because of life extension technology, mind-blowing technology. So you don't think that we're gonna have time? Yeah, I saw it. I really wish he would have talked about one. Like I would have pressed him on some of the issues. It would have been like, all right. So when you become president, instead of asking like what you think of the fucking Lincoln bedroom for an hour and a fucking half, just be like, hey, so do they take you down and do they brief you? Like who briefs you? What do they talk about? Have you ever talked about Roswell with them? Do they talk about telepathy or do they talk about alien races? What are the UFOs made out of? What do they think that they're made out of? There was no questions like that. It was just like, what do you think about it? It's like, yeah, I agree. And then, what else did they talk about that I thought was interesting? They talked about a lot of stuff. I want to push it. I know Joe said that, hey, I just want to have a conversation with him. And so it wasn't a lot of, but like, there's no pressure on the alien thing. Like, Trump did, it's not like one of his controversies where that would have put pressure on him. Trump could have just been like, look, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I know that there's something, or there was no follow-up question. At least the follow-up question would have been like, when did they tell you? In your presidency, when did they tell you? Was it day one? Was it day two? Did they ever tell you? Who is it that told you? What was it like? What was the room? Did you have to read a briefing? Did someone tell you a briefing? These are all good questions that they could have asked them. But instead, it was just like, what are your thoughts on my show? I agree. I would put more pressure on that. Yeah, it did. That's the one where Sugar Sean O'Malley lost, right? Oh no, I didn't see it. I saw 307. What happened? Yeah. They talked a lot about UFC in that discussion, and you could tell Trump trying to warm up a lot to Joe Rogan, where he'd be like, you know, fighting better than anyone, Joe. You know, where he tried to warm up to him. Yeah, exactly. But I would have really tried to focus. I honestly don't think that Trump did all that well for his own mental cognizance because he messed up some little things that made sense. Like Joe Rogan was like, yeah, so like very soon after the assassination attempt, you went golfing, right? And Trump was like, I don't know what I did. I could have gone golfing. I didn't go golfing. It's like, no, we all saw it. You were on the golf course. 48 hours of that motherfucker shooting. Like, we all remember. It wasn't that long ago. But it's almost like a positive remembrance in that we remember, like, he all remember what it was. It wasn't a big deal though that he forgot. That was like, okay, this guy golfs a lot. He could have that could have happened before or after or whatever. I thought it was interesting that Joe Rogan went and inspected his ear, or like saw the scar on his ear. That's the first person I've ever heard say that they actually saw something that happened to his ear, and that's when Trump made that other point, like fighting. There's a lot of blood in the ear, right? And I would have asked him more about that. I would have been like, did your life flash back? Like he said that he did, but I would have asked him the question that you ask someone when they've had a near-death experience. Did time slow you down? Right. Right. He said that. He said immediately he knew that he had been hit, but he hadn't been hit in the chest. That they all thought they even hit the chest that he had. But I would have asked him, like, okay, so what happens from there? Did they take you to the hospital? Or do they just have, like, the doctor come in? I want to know that shit. That's really interesting. But I think that's a threat to national security. You don't want people to know what you do with someone once they've been shot. But, I mean, at least with Kennedy, they took him to the hospital. With Reagan, they took him to the hospital. I just don't recall Trump going to the hospital. Do I think that assassination is interesting? But I do think some interesting things. John Dick. I mean, when I started with this coin, it was worth less than 1 cent. And last week we had an all-time high 30 month cents. These things were worth nothing when they first started. A few weeks ago, they were worth $800. Now they're worth $11,000. Not the pillow, just the NFT. Yeah, and you can't get them. That's the other thing too. Like there aren't a whole bunch to get. There's like limited supply. Anyway, what I talk about with these coins seems to be doing pretty well. And you need to watch, if you can, watch those 2 interviews that I sent you. Because those rock the world. Dude, in the second interview, do you know what kick is, John? Excellent. So you hear the person who interviews me say, you're a celebrity on kick. Everybody knows about you on kick. And yeah, exactly. And so I had previously sent the owner of Kick a Discord friend request. I didn't know it was him. I didn't really pay attention, but he accepted it. And so, now I've got a video in my DM. So that's pretty good. And he knows who I am. That's really cool too. And it was after I made a video showing where he has errors in the sign-up process. So basically, Kick is a multi-million-dollar company, but they have issues in their sign-up process, and that's why they're not becoming a big number. Yeah, exactly. Like the Amazon thing. So if you're wondering what John's referencing, I was able to find a glitch in the Amazon app, which is like $1 trillion company, and they will not let you on an iOS device add a banner image. You can add it on an Android device, but you can't add it on an iOS device. It doesn't make any sense to me that this is $1 trillion company, and you can't adjust your banner on an iOS device. Like that should be a thing that's fixed. So anyway, I would call Amazon customer service and tell them to fix it, and those became funny calls. But more recently, I've just been going straight to the owners of the platform. So when you have a chance, John, will you please watch the 2 interviews that I did? I did them within the last 10 days or so. How's he doing? Excellent. We'll send him my love. How's Priscilla doing? She's trying to work. She's gonna be our doctor. She's gonna be our doctor. So you guys are going to be cheerleaders. Not quite as wealthy as John Dick and John Appleton, just because I didn't know you from that far back. I met John Dick and John Appleton, Priscilla Roberts, believe it or not, on TikTok. I used to stream a lot on TikTok, and this one day I had all these people who came into my chat, and I had all this stuff going on. But since then, I told them that we're going to become billionaires by August. I just don't know when, by what August, but we're going to do that. And I'm going to take care of them. And I could take that throughout the entire street. And they were my friends. Like, I would say the first people I remember on this street who really were loyal to me, who really showed any type of care. And so I'm going to work in the future. And that's a true question. Where do you guys put it? You guys will probably be in the top 100 or top 1,000 something. But at that time, nobody will care about money. People will care about comfort and the ability to be safe, and interdimensional travel, and interstellar travel, and space tours, and all the other stuff. You won't care about money at that point. You'll just care about comfort. That's absolutely true. That's right. Right. But that doesn't mean you can't have a better life where it has digital immortality and your soul is able to continue for another 40 billion years. That's pretty cool. Yeah, but given enough time, it's an inevitability. Well, with every day that we live around, we get closer and closer to humanity being able to bridge the gap of transhumanism, specifically mind uploading technology. And so, with every day that you are living, it's one day closer to that day where we are able to successfully mind uploading technology. Now, people like talk to this. To me, mind uploading technology, that is not hard. It's actually really pretty easy. We already do this with CAT scans and MRIs. It's just basically a better CAT scan or a better MRI, and we just have to save that data, and then we can replicate it in the future. That to me is not that distant or strange. Hey, we can have sex today, whether I want to or not. That's a different story. Yeah, you can have sex in a transhuman lifestyle. In fact, sex would be considered, I think, one of the great pleasures of the world, where you could have sex with every single woman in living. Eventually, because enough time will take place, you'd be able to have relationships with every single woman. Because 48 billion years is a long time. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, okay, that's fine. So here's what you do in that case. You fall in love. You get married not for life, because you don't know how long your life is going to be. You get married for a temporary amount of time, say 7 years. Why 7 years? Because psychologically, the human mind gets a 7-year itch where after 7 years, the eye starts to wander. So you can marry your Mrs. Zoot for 7 years. Then after 7 years, if you still love Mrs. Zoot, you marry her for another 7 years. If she loves you, you marry her for another 7 years. So you got 21 years in that. Then you do it for 28, you do it for 35, you do it for 42. 49 years, you're going to pass your golden anniversary and you'll be into your 56 years. Then you'll be into 63 years. Then you're going to be at 70 years together. Dude, you're going to get sick of her or she's going to get sick of you. Then you're going to be at 77 and 84. Then you're going to move into 91 and 98. Then you're going to be married for over 100 years to 105. You're eventually going to get sick. Now, let's say you make it 700 fucking years. You are still going to get sick or you're going to hate each other by that point. But here's a more beautiful story. You fall in love for 7 years and she falls in love, you guys keep doing that, but eventually you have a serious conversation with each other and you say, look, we've been together for 56 years. And I love you, but I want you to know that my body has broken down, your body has broken down. I want to take advantage of life extension technology and perhaps have a try at some other people, but I want you to know something. I'm in love with you. And I've been in love with you since the day that I asked you to marry me in the first 7 years. And I want to find you in the future and we fall in love with you for another 7 years, and another 7 years, and we'll keep falling in love with each other and keep finding each other as we move with each other through history. I think that's the most beautiful love story that you can have. In fact, I think that's a more beautiful love story than two people who stay together forever, because that's actually a punishment. Two people who stay together for a long time and then separate and find each other and then leave and then find each other again, find each other, and do that for billions of years, that is a beautiful story. Absolutely, Johnny. Dude, so what are your thoughts on that? Are you going to want to marry Mrs. Zoot in 700 years? Yes or no? Oh. There you go. Now, what I can tell you is this as well. You won't be able to say to any woman, essentially, look, we can just do the math. Let's do the math. And I really mean this. I think there are 48 billion years to go in the universe. Now, there are ways to maybe be in the multiverse. Absolutely. In fact, I'm more attracted to women who are older anyway. So the fact that this person has 2,000 years of experience, that's the sex. The more experience a woman has, the better. Doc, here's what I'm telling you. Here's what I'm telling you. It's 2,000 years, but she has the body of a 21-year-old. No. She'd have all the experience to not be based. She would be perhaps extremely based. And that's an exciting thing. Welcome, Z. How are you? Z's my friend. We met Z earlier. Go ahead, Z. Good job. Exactly. Wouldn't that be fascinating? You could ask her about the Dark Ages, the medieval ages. You could ask her about the Renaissance. You could ask her about the Enlightenment. You could ask her about the Industrial Revolution. And then you could, continue to have a sexual relationship. Let me put it to you this way. Maybe you would say that because you're thinking their body's 2,000 years old. No, I'm saying that their body is like a clone of themselves when they were 35 years old, or 45 years old, or 25 years old. And they just have all of the knowledge needed of a 2,000-year-old person. So basically, they are a supermodel body with the brain of like a very intelligent, experienced individual. That's a very sexy person.
No, I'm saying that which they've been around, they've experienced what having love comes to that. That's the average human. Well, it's not a
Well, certainly they would have a lot more experience and a lot more knowledge of history. They would have lived it. I think that people in 2,000 years would be smarter than that. That's almost guaranteed just due to evolution. Basically, smart people get together and reproduce and make more smart people. If you look at the average IQ of a human, well, that's an interesting. Wait, that's an interesting one. It depends how you measure. It depends how you measure.
it's not a lot of
Hey, just a moment. Hey, what's going on, John? John Robert, how you doing, baby? Hey, that's taking a calculator cutter of Sonic 10 unit. We're going to the moon, right? Absolutely. How can I help you? Hey, John, I'm gonna send you my Discord. We have a bunch of people in the Discord. Come meet us in the Discord. I'll send it to you right now. Dude, you got that right. I would say the top tier, the top tier, the elite, no, the top tier there, or ours, I should say, our IQs are going up.
But yeah, the 2000
Have you guys, have you guys seen the movie Idiocracy? So they actually show what the average human IQ is supposed to do in the future. I know it's a movie, but it does show that it's dying incredible.
I'll tell you something. That's the thing. It's such a, it's not such a, so situation or how I'd be want to be the king of that group. We have wake up person in that group. So I think people say really people want to control that. So well basically
Nathaniel Rothschild, but previously was Jacob Rothschild. It's going to be Rabbi Rothschild.
and answer why would I'm usually thinking that because construction
I think it is obvious. It is obvious. I mean, I named it. I named the names of every single family that rules the world. It's Astor, it's Bundy, it's Carnegie, it's Collins, it's DuPont, it's Lee, it's the Merovingian bloodline, it's Russell, it's Rockefeller, it's Rothschild, it's Reynolds, it's Van Dunn, it's Vanderbilt, it's the Warburgs, and the Windsor family. Those 15 or so families are the concentrated power of the world. And then there are another 300 or so families outside of that that also shield that. And from there, you can do anything that you want. You own all of the banks, you own all of the media, you own all of the weapons companies. You literally have all the control that you need. And if anybody talks against you, you just gaslight them. So what do I mean? You just say that they're crazy. You just use ad hominem attacks against them. You say that they are they practice tomfoolery, that they have milquetoast arguments, that they are anti-whatever. They are anti-whatever. They are what are words that they use? They use words like perhaps deniers, hoaxers. They use pseudo-scientists. They use all those kinds of words to demean people, and they're just ad hominem attacks. They're just literally name calling, but they do it enough to people so that no one listens. And, but you can't get mad about this situation. But you can't get mad about this situation. That's the key. Why is it that I don't get mad about it? And here's why. Because if we were all playing SimCity or or The Sims, or we were playing like a world building game, we all would do the same thing, and we would all try to win. And that's all that a small group of people have done is essentially win the game, and there's nothing wrong with it. Look, I can tell you this: if you run the Earth as a simulation 1,000 times, 1,000 times, a small group of people will take control of a larger group of people. 1,000 times. So once you know that a small contingent of people taking over the larger contingent of people is not inherently evil, but it's in fact human nature, and you recognize that this is just the natural course of things, and you recognize that it's a race to the top, you do your absolute best to get there.